Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Oops. All right. All right, Karen, I think we can get started.
Okie dokie. I'm still not used to this. All right, well, welcome. Item number 1 is introductions and housekeeping. I'd like to go through the participant list and make sure we know who all is here, both council members as well as work group members and members of the public. I'll start just quickly. I'll go through, let's do introductions and then we'll review the agenda and go over the action items. So I am going to go through the participant list. That's usually the easiest way to keep it organized and not talk over each other. Plus we have some folks whose names are not appearing in the list because they've just called in, and so we'll want to identify those of you who we only have the phone numbers for. So starting at the top of the list, top of my list is me. I'm Karen Mogus. I'm the chair of the Water Quality Monitoring Council and chairing today's meeting as well as helping Nick organize. Muted myself. Sorry, I just muted myself whilst trying to admit somebody to the meeting. I'll let Nick do that while I'm talking. I am, in my regular job, the Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Board. And Nick, do you want to quickly introduce yourself before I go through the rest of the list?
Sure, thanks, Karen. My name is Nick Martirano. I'm the Director for the Water Quality Monitoring Council. And I also work within the State Water Board in the Office of Information Management and Analysis.
All right, and so you know generally when your name is going to come up. My list is in alphabetical order by your first name, assuming that you've got your first name in the list. So that means Andrew Altavogt gets to introduce himself next.
Hi, it's Andrew Alsvogt. I'm Assistant Deputy Director for the Division of Drinking Water at the State Water Board, and I oversee our SAFER section as well as our Quality Assurance section for the division.
Welcome, Andrew. Thanks for joining today. Brian Lawrenson.
Hi, I'm Brian Lawrenson from Larry Walker Associates. I'm the alternate Stormwater Council representative, and I oversee monitoring and modeling studies in my work with MS Forest.
Great, thanks, Brian. Welcome. And Adam Quinones. Sorry if I've butchered your last name.
No, you got it. You got it right. Good morning, everybody.
Yay.
Adam Quinones. I'm the State Relations Director for Aqua and new alternate on the council. So good morning.
Great, welcome. And then I have somebody who's identified as C. Chang.
Hello, everyone. My name is Qingfu Chang. I'm from the Contra Costa Water District. I'm just listening in to follow up on the latest update on the water quality monitoring.
Great, welcome. Becky Stanton.
Hi, good morning. It's Becky Stanton. I'm a staff toxicologist with Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment and one of the co-chairs for the California Cyanobacteria and Harmful Algal Bloom Network, CCF.
Great, welcome. Chad Dibble.
Everybody, good morning. I'm Chad Dibble, the Deputy Director of the Ecosystem Conservation Division, Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here representing the Resource Agency. Thanks for having me.
Yes, welcome. Thanks for joining. Charlie LaSalle.
Hi, I'm Charles LaSalle. I work with Water Use California. I'm the Legislative and Regulatory Affairs Manager there.
Great, thank you. Welcome. David Karen.
Hi, I'm Dave Karen. I'm a professor of biology at the University of Southern Cal, and I'm also with Becky and Sarah Ryan, one of the co-chairs of the California Cyanobacteria and Harmful Algal Bloom Network.
Great, welcome. Erica Kalb. Erica, do you need me to unmute you? There you go. Now you're unmuted.
Oh, great. Thanks. Hi, my name is Erica Calvin. I'm with the State Water Board, and I'm helping coordinate our CEC initiative. And so I'm just listening in to learn more about this monitoring council work and stay in the loop.
Welcome, Erica. Evelyn Wendell.
Hi, I'm the founding director of WeTap, and I'm also co-chairing Safe to Drink.
And Nick, I have somebody noted as fireflies.ai note taker. I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is, but if they could identify themselves, that'd be great. And if not, I can.
I'm trying to unmute them, and I'm being unsuccessful at doing that. So I'm going to move on. Grant Sharp.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Grant Sharp with Orange County Public Works. I'm the manager of the South Orange County Watershed Management Area and the council member representing the regulated stormwater community.
Great, welcome, Grant. Thanks for joining. Jared Voskuhl.
Hi, good morning. Jared Voskuhl with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I'm the manager of regulatory affairs, and I'm a representative, the alternate for the POTW regulated community.
Great, thanks, Jared. Thanks for joining. Jim Falter.
I'm Jim Falter with the Monitoring and Stewardship Unit in the California Natural Resources Agency. We're building a project management and tracking system to track project performances for all offices under agency, including those governing aquatic habitats and water quality.
Great, thanks for joining us, Jim. Mark Cady.
I'm Mark Cady at the California Department of Food and Agriculture, and I manage the Fertilizer Research and Education Program.
Great. Thanks for joining us, Mark. Melissa Doherty.
Hi, this is Melissa. I work for the Central Coast Water Board. I'm the regional monitoring coordinator for that office, and I try to attend these council meetings when I have time in my schedule. And since we're not monitoring right now, I have a little more free time. So happy to be here.
Welcome, Melissa. Thanks for joining. Peter Vroom.
Hi, everybody. I'm Peter Vroom, Deputy Director for the City of San Diego Public Utilities Department, where I see both drinking water and wastewater operations. I represent the water supply sector, and in my previous jobs before joining the City of San Diego, I was actually an algal biologist working on both macroalgal research as well as harmful algal blooms.
Great, thanks, Peter, and thanks for joining. Welcome. Rachel McPherson.
Hi, I'm Rachel McPherson. I work at the Port of Los Angeles. I'm the stormwater manager, among other hats that I wear. And I'm listening in just to get up to speed mostly, and coming in for the agenda item on ocean acidification primarily.
Great, thanks for joining. Welcome. Rafael Maestu.
Yes, Rafael Maestu with the Water Board's Office of Information Management and Analysis.
Great, thanks, Rafa. Nice to see you. Scott Coffin.
Everyone, Scott Coffin, research scientist in the Division of Drinking Water. This is my first Water Quality Monitoring Council meeting, and I'm also just here to get up to speed.
Great, thanks for joining. Welcome. Selena Cole.
Hi, I'm Selena Cole from the Central Valley Water Board. I work on the Delta Regional Monitoring Program.
Great, thanks for joining. Welcome. Terry Fleming.
I'm working. Hi, this is Terry. I'm with EPA Region 9. I've been involved in a number of monitoring programs for a long time.
Great. Nice to see you, Terry. Tim Worley. I'm trying to unmute you, Tim, but it's not working. Nick, can you unmute Tim?
Likewise, it's not working for me either. I believe he might be here with Safe to Drink, but he also
yeah, Tim is with the Association of.
There he goes. He's good now.
Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Tim.
Sorry, folks. So I'm with the California Nevada section of the American Waterworks Association, and first time listening in on a monitoring council meeting.
Great. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. And then I have someone with a 707 number that ends in 625.
Hi, this is Marlena Bourbonnais-Dooley. I'm Mendocino County Environmental Health. I'm the Land Use Program Manager here, and my liaison at the state for ocean monitoring recommended we get in touch and start listening in on some of these meetings and sent me an invite, so this is my first time listening.
Great, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And Steve Weisberg left my list and now he's back on it. And I'm having the same trouble unmuting. Oh, there we go.
There, okay. Steve Weisberg, I am the Executive Director at the Southern California Coastal Water Research Project Authority, SQUIRT, and I am also a member of the council, the Science Community Representative.
Okay, great. Have I missed anyone?
I think we got Jay Davis has got his hand raised.
Oh, okay, Jay Davis. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you missed me there. Hi, everybody. Jay Davis with the San Francisco Estuary Institute Aquatic Science Center, and I'm the chair of the Bioaccumulation Work Group, also known as the Safe to Eat Work Group.
And I hope you all don't think of it as a slight, but I also missed Tony Hale, who also is with the Aquatic Science Center.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence. This is Tony Hale. I'm Program Director of Environmental Informatics with the San Francisco Estuary Institute Aquatic Science Center. I'm also a member of a few different work groups, including the Trash Monitoring Work Group and the California Wetlands Monitoring Work Group.
Great, welcome. Thanks, Tony, for joining today.
Thank you.
I'm looking through my list. I think I've covered everyone. Have I missed anyone? If I have, raise your hand. I don't think so. I think I'm good. Yep. So with that, I'll go through the rest of item number 1. Nick, would you like to, why don't I go through the agenda and then we'll do the action items? Does that sound good?
That sounds great.
Okay, so we're on item 1 and we'll finish up with that shortly when we go through the action items from our March meeting. Item 2 is public forum. Anyone that has anything to talk to the council about that's not already on our agenda today can make some comments. Item 3 will be announcements and updates from council members and an update from our director. And then item 4 is our meaty topic for the morning, our strategic plan update, and we're hoping to wrap that discussion up so we can move on to implementation and getting our plan together for actions we're going to do. And that'll round us out for the morning. We'll have a lunch break at noon-ish, and then come back for our content type topics on the MPA, Marine Protected Areas Statewide Leadership Team Work Plan at 1, and then the Delta Science Action Agenda following the MPA item. And then finally, Ocean Acidification Task Force update. You'll note that our agenda is packed with all things oceans. And our intent was to have been hosted by Steve Weisberg down at Squirt, but of course we're all remotely joining today. But our theme is oceans. And then we'll frame out the agenda and make plans for the next meeting. Any comments or suggestions on timing or parts of the agenda while you have the chance? Hearing none and seeing no hands raised, we will move on with that agenda. So then I'll turn it over to Nick to go over our action items from the March Council meeting.
Sure, thanks, Karen. We had our action items posted online. They were really focused last time. Our meeting was talking about the strategic planning pieces of it. So there weren't very many action items. I didn't get any comments on the action items that were posted online and that are available via the link in the agenda. Primarily, they were focused on the subcommittee, the strategic subcommittee getting together and refining the strategic planning documents and the tools, as well as following up with Steve on the Ocean Acidification Task Force item and building out the symposium pieces. So there were no comments, and as far as I'm concerned, they are good to go unless there's any comments on them. We don't usually take a formal action. It's just nobody had posted any comments on them. So. I can bring them up. Hearing none. I'm not hearing any comments. You're muted.
Yeah. Do you need a motion to approve? Is that what we
usually don't.
I should remember.
Yeah.
Okay. I should remember this. Okay. Then we'll move on. Actually, I was thinking that we might want to deal with some logistics. Obviously, some of us know how to raise our hands. I was going to explain how to do that, but I can't figure out how to do it myself. So, Nick.
Yeah, you can do that depending on what options are available in the participants panel. If you go to the participants panel in the Zoom meeting, it'll have various prompts at the bottom. Mine doesn't have a raise the hand. I have a yes, no, go slower, go faster, thumbs up, thumbs down, clapping hands. I can use any of those will signal that you would like to say something, and I can identify that to Karen or whoever's speaking or myself and use that. We can also use the thumbs up, thumbs down, or the yes, no for any sort of voting pieces. So like for item 4, for instance, if we decide to move forward with voting for approval of the strategic plan, that could be a good mechanism for memorializing the yays and nays for that piece of things. So for some, you might have a raise your hand like Jay Davis illustrated earlier, but others may not.
Yeah, I'm a co-host, so that must be why I don't have the option to, I don't have to raise my hand. I can just talk.
That's true.
Okay. Anything else we want to go over before we move on with?
I think maybe just, I guess some just general items. Just be respectful. We're hoping that there's no Zoom bombing, and it looks like we're good to go with the participants on the call. Keep yourself muted if you're not wanting to talk. And then if you're comfortable leaving your video on, great. If not, that's fine too. And then otherwise just treat people with respect and try not to talk over each other. And that's about all I have.
Great, thanks, Nick. All right, then we'll move on to the public forum. Is there anyone present that would like to make some comments on anything that's not already on our agenda today? I don't see any hands raised. So sounds like we probably don't. Go ahead, Nick.
I saw Tim was unmuted, but he might just have it off.
Yeah, if I could, I was interested in raising a question with the council about sort of what your focus is on the connections between the non-point source implementation plan coming up for comments and drinking water, source water protection, particularly in light of our interest of my association in focusing on achieving or obtaining some of the Farm Bill funding from the 2018 Farm Bill for source water protection of drinking water. And it seems like I'm finding it difficult to figure out where to find useful information about watersheds impacted by agricultural practices, runoff, and so forth. And so I thought that would be a topic that I'd certainly find at the Water Quality Monitoring Council, but I'm not seeing it yet. So just wanted to raise that as a point of interest.
Good question, Tim. And I'll say that we're somewhat peripherally involved with source water protection in terms of, the monitoring that we would need in order to identify impacts to water quality. For example, our focus as a council is on coordinating monitoring across agencies as well as within the water boards within the Natural Resources Agency in order to provide data to the public, such as yourself, to be able to use those data that are collected in ways that it wasn't originally intended to be used necessarily. We're focused in, and hopefully you'll stick around and listen in on the rest of the agenda, especially the strategic planning portion. You'll see what our focus areas are as a council. So we're definitely in the support mode when it comes to source water protection. I would say that we have some working groups that are particularly of interest in that regard. The what do we call it? The Healthy Watershed work group is one.
Involved with that, as well as the Safe to Drink. As we are revamping that piece, we are working with the Gamma unit, which is developing some interesting tools regarding source water protection, especially as it impacts groundwater. So we'll be working with people at the Division of Water Quality, specifically Dory Bellin, who's developing some interesting tools on that. The non-point source protection is going to be mostly within the wetland monitoring work group, which has got a co-chair of Paul Hahn, who is the lead of the non-point source program within the Division of Drinking Water as well, and they focus have focus on that piece of the pie as well.
Yeah, and so in addition to the council, I would suggest I'm your right person to connect up with the State Water Board's efforts in respect to the non-point source program implementation plan, as well as the connection to water quality monitoring, both on the groundwater and the surface water side. So I'm happy to also follow up with you separately on what's going on just at the water boards in particular.
And if you have opportunities where there should be collaboration taking place that isn't, this would be the forum for that, where we could hopefully maybe put those pieces together.
Looks like Jared has his hand up. Go ahead, Jared.
Hi, good morning. I'm not sure if public forum is the right spot for it, but I thought I just wanted to commend Nick and Greg for the data forum that the last 2 days was they hosted and coordinated. I know we wanted this meeting today to be an open house for a lot of those participants, and I just thought the presentations and all the research that was exhibited, as well as the focus on the environmental justice and communities around the state, it all made for a great fifth symposium. And I thought the emphasis on research design and the R-squares of the models and really seeing the nuts and bolts of a lot of great research that's coming out of the data sets that are being made available through the Monitoring Council were all just real highlights. And I wanted to convey my appreciation and my accolades for you two doing such a great job leading that up and everyone who helped you.
Thanks, Jared.
Thanks, Jared. I'm assuming that Nick will have a little bit more to say during announcements on that.
Yeah.
Any other public forum comments before we move on? Okay, then let's move on to announcements. And let's go ahead and start with Nick and the Data Science Symposium updates. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Karen. So we just had a marathon of 2 days this week, Monday and Tuesday. We're packed with great presentations and talks, and as well as discussions via the Slack channel. So we grappled a lot with what platform to use, given the options we had available with Zoom, Teams. We had hoped maybe we had the webinar functionality, but we don't. So, trying to weigh the security pieces with the inclusivity as well as, and try to get a dialogue. We had over 800 registrants this year, which is over 200 more than last year. And that was way more than our Zoom could even start to hold. So we went with kind of a dual system where we had the presenters online via Zoom, and then we were live streaming the event on YouTube as well as the CaliP webcast, and then had this program called Slack, which you may or may not be familiar with, which is kind of it's a platform where you can openly discuss items, you can post things on there, you can chat in real time. We use that as a mechanism for the Q&A pieces of the presentation. So we prompted all those 800 participants to join the Slack channel, and we broke it down by sections within the agenda and allowed for a dialogue to take place there. There's a lot of strength in that. I was a little suspect on whether people would be into downloading something new and trying something new, but we had a really great response. We had at least 400 people on the Slack channel at any given time, as well as 600 to 700 people watching the live streams. So the Slack was working really well. We had a lot of great dialogue in real time during the symposium, but also the power of it is that the conversation can keep on going. So you can be in contact with the presenters, keep the conversation open, make connections. I saw some really great connections between some community groups and the Department of Pesticide Regulation. They saw each other's presentations, and in the Slack channel, wanted to connect and share data sets and combine their monitoring and their modeling efforts. Day one was really fantastic. We had a great keynote speaker in Mr. Moses West, who has a fascinating background, and I encourage you to check out the videos from those, which are posted on the council's YouTube page. So if you are interested in checking out either of the days and any of the presentations, they're there now. But he's been doing great work. He built generators that pull water from the atmosphere and have an output of safe drinking water. So he's been going to places like Flint, Michigan, Puerto Rico, and places that are hit with natural disasters or other disasters, and providing a safe form of drinking water for them. And then we also had, at our last symposium, it was brought to light that we generally at these symposium, it's a very the audience is very much white male dominated. And LaDonna Williams stood up at the symposium last year and raised this issue. She was the one of only 2 African-American people present. And we took that really to heart in planning this event. And I want to say thanks to Jay Davis, who's on the call today, He and Randy Turner really helped us build out a community advisory group, and we let them coordinate and develop the first half of day one, really to focus on issues that those communities, the environmental justice and disadvantaged communities are concerned with, and to let them tell us what they provide a forum for them to tell us what they're concerned with, and not let us talk at them, but really listen. And they seemed, the feedback we got was fantastic, especially given the current climates. But the fact they really appreciated that we were really on the forefront before the protests and this kind of larger movement has occurred, and they really appreciated that the council and the water boards and SFEI really partnered and were reaching out proactively to these communities and getting this conversation started. So that was really powerful for day one, and was heartwarming for me personally. Day two was more of a technical pieces of it, but there was a great sessions about data and bringing data back to the community, and in focusing on community science as well as kind of the more technical stuff. So overall, we set the bar even higher than we had in the past, and participation continues to grow, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in the future. So I'll stop at that and take any questions.
Great, thanks, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, any questions on the symposium, and before we move on to announcements from council members?
I was really heavily using our social media accounts too, so I've been our followers have been going up. So
a positive of our remote work.
Yeah.
I have an announcement that I'll tee up, and then Steve, if you want to add to it. I have been involved with a couple of studies, as well as the Water Research Foundation's coordination efforts around sewer shed surveillance of COVID-19. It is absolutely right up the Monitoring Council's alley in terms of method development and being able to collect data that is comparable across multiple entities doing the monitoring, both within California as well as across the nation and the world. The two studies that are involving more of the wastewater treatment plants in California are one that had been ongoing prior to the COVID emergency beginning, which was some source water protection research around the direct potable reuse work that we're funding through a grant with the Water Research Foundation. There are 6 facilities in California who have been participating, collecting samples, looking at the really focused in on the issue of what pathogens are coming into a wastewater treatment plant and how they can be treated for eventual direct potable reuse. And so there were samples that had been archived back to November of 2019 that we were able to basically add to the research projects COVID-19 as an analyte. So that's one component, about 6 facilities in California. Then there are another 25 facilities that have been working with researchers at Stanford and, I want to say Michigan State, but I might be wrong on that. Michigan? And they initiated a study, I want to say in January or February, right as soon as the headlines about COVID-19 were coming out of China. They started working with about 8 or 9 facilities in the Bay Area. They were able to get additional funding to expand to additional facilities across the state, as well as other facilities across the nation. I think they have a total of 50 approximately 50 facilities working with them now, providing them with samples. And they are working on both method development, as is the Water Research Foundation project, and quality assurance, quality control for influent samples for COVID-19, as well as working on a potential model that will include the epidemiology portion of the question, which is how can we use sewer shed surveillance to understand what's going on in a community in terms of COVID cases versus the prevalence of the RNA basically signal in the influent and other portions of the sewer shed. Some people in the state or some facilities in the state are getting down to the level of being able to figure out what dorm on the campus of UCLA is our cases coming from. That's very inarticulate summary, but just know that we're involved. We've gotten SQUIRP involved as well as Aquatic Science Center to help us with coordination among the facilities that work with our JPAs in the state. We've also gotten the regional boards involved with helping collect samples in remote areas where they have fewer cases, so they can start to develop a time series as well as a comparison correlation between cases in a sewer shed and the RNA signal in the samples. So with that, I'll let Steve be a lot more articulate in what's going on with the study, but it's definitely got all of the elements that our monitoring council should be involved with and connected with. So go ahead, Steve, if you want to add anything.
So actually, I think you covered most of it. Maybe I'll start with just a perspective. It's impressive how quickly people stepped up into the gap to kind of create something. The utilities started almost immediately with some of the things. It's pretty impressive. LA County Sanitation District in particular has already been processing samples at their facility really for a while, all the way back to March. A number of the other utilities, there's actually a third study group that's prevalent in California. That's Chuck Gerber's laboratory at the University of Arizona. Chuck is a prominent scientist in this field, and he actually has one of the few BSL-3 plus laboratories that can really deal with the live virus. Most everybody else that you're talking about here is dealing with the RNA. So Chuck adds another piece to the equation there. But it's impressive to see how everybody came together, started working together, just as quickly on something as new and challenging as this, particularly when all the labs and facilities were in shutdown mode, and when equipment and reagents were so hard to come by. So I think that's really the most impressive part. And I think you can even look to things like the Water Quality Monitoring Council as the vehicles that create the dialogue that makes those kind of things happen so quickly. Maybe elaborating on some of the things that Karen said, there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle. Part of the pieces are like, what do you sample and how do you sample it? Because when you're looking for something that's relatively rare or has the potential to be relatively rare, or you want to be able to measure it when it's rare. In other words, you use the example of a dormitory or any kind of facility where you're looking for the first infections. Do you look at the sewage? Do you look at the sludge? And then, of course, how do you extract the material? You're talking about viruses that are very small that go through your typical 0.45 filter. You're also talking about how do you preserve the samples? Because right now most people are freezing, and freezing actually causes you to lose a lot of count. So again, if you're trying to get to that sensitive level to look at the at those rare circumstances, or even just where the numbers have gotten low and you start to see them coming back up, you want to get them at early part of where they come back up. You got to work past those kinds of issues. Then you have the measurement techniques. What are the primer probe sets you're using? And even one of the things that our group is working on is digital PCR is typically more sensitive than quantitative PCR. So how much more sensitive, and how do you do it? So those are all parts of even just the sampling part. And then, as Karen said, where the Stanford group is looking to go in particular is to model the system. Because if you're just taking measurements, that helps you with what is the trend in circumstance. But in a lot of ways, you'd like to be able to go back to how many people are actually ill or shedding the virus. In order to do that, you need to understand shedding rates of individuals and how that varies, kind of where they're at in the illness process. You need to understand shedding rates as it differs between men and women, between ethnicities, between whatever it is that causes those to differ. And then you need to understand degradation rates as the material flows down the system. Those are all things that are being worked on. And I think actually the biggest issue is, you know, how do you get all these groups doing all these things? Because you mentioned the ones in California, there are other people doing other similar things in other parts of the country. The Water Research Foundation has stepped in and tried to help with some of that, but there's really a lot left to be done. It seems like a perfect thing for this council to maybe take on at its next meeting. I think the Stanford group is looking to have a lot of initial answers in the September timeframe. And I think our next meeting is in September, maybe even having a presentation, you know, by the three studies that are going on in California, and talking about how that information can be used, and helping them make the connection to all the people who might use it would be a wonderful thing. So thanks for bringing that up, Karen.
Yeah, along those lines, we're going to hold an information item before our board at their August 18th board meeting with Water Research Foundation, the researchers on the DPR study, as well as the Stanford researchers. So that's what we're calling part one. It's really the state of the science. Where are we with method development? What are the studies designed to do? And really just, you know, laying the foundation. And then we're hoping to have a part two when data are available and we can actually present some data. But I think that's a great idea to have a presentation here at the council. Jared, you've had your hand up for a little while. Go ahead and
sure.
If you have comments on.
Yeah, just on the sewer shed surveillance, I wanted to note that there's a state water board survey that I don't think it's gone out yet, but it will be going out, and CASA's was working on a survey too. So I think we're helping spread the word on that survey once it goes out. But I think this is, like Steve said, and you've said, Karen, a great opportunity for the POTW community to, you know, participate and help with community tracing. And I'm sure we're all pretty alarmed by the increases that we're seeing nationwide, but even here in California with some of the situations with the hospitals. And so as much as this can, you know, give a little bit of an outlay or a few days notice to alert people that it could be becoming prevalent again in a community, I think that's really important. I'd also note that I've seen some conversations about exactly how this information could or should be used from a policy perspective or public health. And I note the state of Oregon, I think they've taken a slightly different approach for maybe what BioBot was doing. And I don't have specific details on that, but I just note it for some of the experts who are on the phone, who are in this realm. I think Oregon's kind of doing it a little bit differently with how they're doing some sampling in their sewer sheds. But it's worth noting because I think it may be an enhanced version to provide more clarity and more resolution. And then I'll also note at the symposium yesterday, Claire Wagner from the State Water Board did a little presentation on, it was like a lightning talk on the state board's work on that. And we're excited to see, you know, that collaboration and interactions with our members.
Yeah, I'll just echo those comments. It has been impressive to see the willingness of these facilities to get on board and put resources to this monitoring. You should know we are not requiring any of this. It's all been voluntary work that the facilities have been doing, and it's been a wonderful to see everyone stepping up. Grant, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Karen. I didn't have any comments on this, but I did have a brief announcement that I wanted to share. And I also wanted to congratulate Nick and the entire team on a tremendous job in facilitating, hosting the data symposium. I thought they did a great job, and I really liked the engagement on Slack. I thought that was a great addition to the virtual format, and some of the engagement on Slack I thought was tremendous. So great job, Nick and Greg and rest of the team. The announcement I did want to share is we had submitted, I'd worked with Nick and several of the work group members on drafting an abstract for submittal to the 2020 California Stormwater Quality Association Conference, which will be an all virtual event on September 15th and 16th. And I'm happy to report that the abstract was submitted. So it will be a 90-minute panel session on September 16th. And I'll send everyone a link to the abstract. I believe it will be 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. On the morning of Wednesday, September 16th, as part of the 2020 CASQA conference. The title of the panel session is the California Water Quality Monitoring Council, Better Science by Collaboration. And we have several members. We have Nick lined up along with several representatives from the Monitoring Council work groups lined up to participate. So I'm very excited that CASQA has included this panel session in their conference. I think it'll be a great opportunity for the council and its work groups to highlight all of the great work that's going on within the various work groups, but also this is going to be a great opportunity to highlight for the CASQA audience all of the areas where we can partner up and engage, increase the engagement with CASQA members. And trust me, there's going to be a lot of interest from that CASQA audience. And I expect normally, in a normal conference that's not a virtual event, they have attendees upwards of 1,000 or more. So I imagine going all virtual, that the number of attendees will be increased. So I think we're going to be able to reach quite a broad audience with this panel session. So I want to thank Nick and the work group chairs and co-chairs who helped work on that abstract, and look forward to coordinating with everyone on that. And that's the only announcement I had, Karen.
Yeah, thanks, Grant.
Thanks, Grant.
That was all. Thank you for bringing it to our attention and allowing us the opportunity to even submit an abstract. So that was a great example of some of the work and expectations for certain council members to get the word out about the council and at some of these conferences. So that was awesome. So thank you.
I don't see any other hands up. Are there any other council members with announcements?
I will say
All
that
right,
Adam,
then
I'll say
ahead.
that Adam Quinones is new to the council. He was just recently appointed the alternate under Peter Room for water supply. He introduced himself earlier, but I just wanted to put a welcome to him, and thanks for stepping up and filling that void that we had. So, and I think Brian was at our last meeting, Brian Lawrenson, but welcome to him again if we didn't say it before.
Thanks, Nick. So I think that brings us to our strategic planning update item. And I think, Nick, you've got some slides prepared to go through.
I do indeed. Let's see. Okay. Let's see, here we go. So I had spammed you guys a few times to share with you the work that we've been doing. I want to first just start off by saying thank you to the Strategic Planning Committee, which consists of Karen, Grant, Peter, Shelley, Jared. A few times Ray joined us as well. But this was the core group that really stepped up and dedicated a lot of time to this effort to bring it to the finish line or to at least where it is now. We met 3 times since the last meeting, which was on March 19th. We met for several hours each time, anywhere between 2 to 4 hours each time, to discuss, refine, and build out the plan and the dynamic tools that go with it. That was presented to you prior to the meeting and is before us today. It's the culmination also of nearly 2 years of work since I took over back in 2018 to try to bring the council into alignment and to kind of get on the same page of where, as a group, you guys want to go and where you want me to help bring you, as well as the work groups itself. It seemed like there was a little bit of variation amongst the current members at the time on what the council is, what it should be doing, where it should be going. We obviously had some bumps in the road along those 2 years with Department of Water Resources kind of departing after dedicating some time to the effort, and that threw things through a loop. And I think we pivoted nicely as a council, and we've really populated the council with a lot of great energetic members that has really changed the dynamic of the council itself. And I think that getting us on the same page as a council was key to rebuilding the bridge between the council and the work groups, recognizing that the work groups are really the boots on the ground, where they take our suggestions or your suggestions and guidance and put it into action. They actually make the collaboration a real thing and produce the value and tools that you guys all recommend. So it's been a lot of work, and I want to say thank you to the subcommittee for dedicating as much time as they have to this. It's really important, in my mind, really important work and foundational to making the council a success and being a value to all California. So the products that we have been developing over this time for your approval and feedback, we have a new logo, which we thought this was a good opportunity to kind of freshen and kind of rebrand ourselves. It's not a huge departure from what it was before, but it's something different that kind of, hey, we're coming out with a new strategy and we're a new council, save a few seats. Steve's been here since the beginning, and Terry, I think, as well, and Karen's been around for a while. But with the new council, the new strategic plan, it was an opportunity to kind of refresh our logo and to kind of rebrand ourselves. So that was included in the review package. There's a strategic plan summary, which includes some communication tools, which I had heard repeatedly over my time here as something that we needed. Some people call it a 1 or 2 page glossy, but really something that you could have in hand at a conference or at a meeting with someone that didn't know what the council was, and allow use some crib notes on, here's what we are, here's what we're trying to do, and here's where we're trying to go. And that came in the form of a strategic map and a communication map, and those can be used as front and back glossy, but they're also incorporated within the strategic plan summary. And we spent a lot of time with our graphic designer here to really refine those and make those into some really cool visual aids. The strategic plan is also really a summary. It's the closest thing to what you may think of as a strategic plan in a kind of an old way, where it's a document that sits there and is more static. But it's short. It's 10 pages and really just outlines our mission, vision, our goals, how we interact with the legislature and the secretaries and the work groups, and then kind of talks about the tools, which are the next piece. And the tool sets are called dynamic because they're intended to be just that. They're supposed to be adaptive. We can change these. The current format can be changed. We can add and remove things as momentum changes and as priorities change, and as assets change, and as things evolve over time. So that's kind of the power. The summary can pretty much stand alone, and then the tool set, which kind of drives the overarching goals within the summary and the plan itself, are there to be changed and reviewed frequently. It would be my kind of vision or suggestion that the council at least look at these at each of its quarterly meetings, just to see if something's come up, if things should be changed or need to be changed in at least every other meeting, or at least annually. Really take a hard look at the tools and see if things need to be changed. And these tools are really, less of, some people think, oh, this is busy work, but it's really a tool to help us and help the work groups better communicate the successes, the challenges and obstacles we're facing, and then allows the council to better kind of remediate those issues or any obstacles, to promote the successes of the work groups and itself, and then to elevate where necessary these things to recommendations to the secretaries. It'll be much easier to have those kind of updates and discussions if we're using these tools in a consistent manner that can allow us to kind of elevate these things and have a better kind of way to show change over time, and to go to the secretaries and say, look, this is a real issue. This is where we're having hiccups. This is where we think you can help, and this is what, if things do change, what we could accomplish. That can really add some weight to our discussions with the higher level secretaries, and ultimately for those council members that can, the legislature and other groups that maybe the state agencies can't touch. Some notes. When I sent out the initial contact, I had included a very, very draft MOU, which is really where I got the bulk of the feedback on. Since then, we reconvened with our council here at the State Water Board, and really sat down with Marley Wood, who is the attorney assigned to this, and kind of just kind of filled her in. She was kind of working blind, for lack of a better word. So we spoke about how we envisioned the old MOU, what happened in the past in 2018, what the charter really wasn't intended to be, and then how we would like the kind of key changes that we'd like the MOU to show. I may have jumped the gun on releasing it, but I was thinking that we had promised this red line version back in December, and it was 6 months later, and I thought anything was at least something to see. And it did spark some conversation. I think that was valuable. And I will say that we're going to plan to, after this meeting, to really kind of focus, reconvene with Marley, and come up with a better kind of draft version of the MOU and charter. I think the charter could really take the place of and replace or update our governance document to reflect kind of the changes that have happened over the last few years, and really kind of be something that the council has an easier ability to change on its own accord. And while the MOU itself is obviously, it still requires a signature of the two secretaries, and that can just be more of a foundational document describing maybe some additional seats on the council, or some of the responsibilities for the council itself that are more general in nature, as well as the responsibilities of the secretaries. So I sent the emails about a month ago. Didn't get a ton of feedback from the council members or the work group leads on the tools themselves. There were some, I got some comments from Becky and some from Allie Dunn on some of the asset pieces, and made those adjustments. But overall, didn't get much in the way from the council members that weren't on the subcommittee. Obviously, they all felt that it was ready to bring to the council at this meeting. But I'd like to take this kind of opportunity to have an open discussion about these tools. I can bring them up. And then, ultimately it'd be great to finalize these pieces and move forward. I kind of, in the email that I sent out to you guys, I had, it's a very long email, I'm sorry, but it described kind of each tool and where the vision behind it was. One piece, one tool, the project portfolio really can't be completed until we agree on the other pieces. It's hard to kind of put the cart in front of the horse with the projects if we haven't agreed on the services yet and where we're really trying to go. So the idea would be, I think, once we were able to approve the other pieces of the plan, then we could work with the work groups and the council itself to determine kind of the discrete projects that we'd like to work on over the short and long term. Which brings me to another piece that, there's tool sets that I gave you for your review were from the council perspective, and a lot of times they broke them down. Responsibilities for the council members, for myself or the director, whoever that may be, and then general ones for the work groups that would apply across the work groups globally. So they're more broad, but they were key pieces of information that came up in the January meeting as consistent goals across the work groups. And then the idea would be then to ask the work groups or task the work groups with developing their own kind of specific tool sets that didn't necessarily have to be as in depth as this, but identified the services that are outside that, recognizing that each work group is doing different things and doing things above and beyond the minimum guidance that the council has identified. So it allows them to kind of expand on and inform us on what they're working on and what's important to them, while also reporting back on those kind of minimum elements. I've already met with a couple of the work groups that are taking this as a lead to maybe do more of a strategic planning effort on their end, update their charters, or just already borrow some of the work that's already been done here and tailor it to their specific work groups. And again, that'll help, I think, or I hope, with the communication between the work groups and the council itself. I have them linked if we want to go through them, or you can just have a discussion. I'm open to suggestions. I've talked a lot. So we have about an hour. I see Brian.
Yeah, this is Brian Lawrence, and I just had a question as a new participant on how exactly, in the context of the strategic planning documents and the communication, how exactly the work groups get formed. What's kind of the initiative? Where does it come from? And then how that guidance is passed to them so that they carry forward the mission and goals of the council. Because that seems like a key communication piece where you can lose some of the context that the council is trying to bring to it.
Sure, that's a great question, Brian. Some of the work groups were in existence before the council was in existence, and when the council came to be, those groups were kind of identified as maybe low-hanging fruit, or ones that really fell under the mission and kind of letter of the law of Senate Bill 1070. And so they were brought under the council as work groups under that umbrella, with the idea that the council provide a service to them as far as providing guidance and recommendations, as well as the ability to elevate issues upward and onward. Other work groups more recently have been developed by the council as kind of momentum and data gaps are identified. Primary examples are the molecular methods work group that was identified as something by member Weisberg, that we recognize that eDNA was kind of an up and coming method and technology, and it was ripe for something that the council could get involved with early and start the conversations about standardization or collaboration amongst different entities that were going to start rolling out the use of this technology. So with that and the help of Steve to identify a lead, in Susie Thoreau, we developed a work group by outreach and creating it and having presentations to the council and providing guidance and trying to provide linkages to other people. Same with the trash monitoring work group and the flows work group. These were just things that were forming or looking like they were starting to kind of form organically. and with the council's help can make them more kind of memorialized, provide them a space on the My Water Quality websites to convene and present tools, as well as to leverage the council to bounce ideas off of. The work groups are always invited to the council, and we invite them to meetings such as this. And you'll see there's lots of work group leads on here, and obviously it's a public forum, but I do my best to attend all the work group meetings and identify information that should be elevated to council. That's kind of captured in the governance pieces of the council, where as role as the director, it's my job to kind of keep my eye on the work groups and identify maybe issues that should be elevated to the council for discussion, and or to recruit them to say, oh, this is a really cool project that you guys are finishing up, and you should really present it to the council members so they're aware of it, and then they can provide the communication pieces outward. I'll stop there. Does that answer the question? Oh, I'm gonna let Joaquin in. Hold on.
Tony,
thanks.
you had your hand up next.
I think so.
Sure. I think I have a fairly basic question. So first of all, I applaud you for all of your strategic thinking to advance this far. I think it's great to see. I'm thinking in particular about the items that you're putting forward for our consideration, and the services portfolio and the project portfolio. What you've said is to have a clear, discrete set of projects. You first need to flesh out the services portfolio. One of the things I would invite you to consider as you're undertaking that is that it may end up being a little hard to distinguish one from the other. So in the end, as you are trying to parse out the difference between the services portfolio and the projects portfolio, you may decide that it's kind of a services and projects portfolio, just kind of blending the two together, just because I see, just looking at what you have so far, the services have deliverables in mind, and just as projects would. So it seems almost like it's a pretty fine distinction, and kind of creating too many boxes, too many bins might just lead to more questions than answers. So I think it's a great idea, but I would just encourage you to keep your mind open as you refine that further.
Certainly, thanks, Tony. I appreciate that, and I think that could very well be the case, that we decide that they're pretty much one and the same, and they should be combined, or there's no reason to have two discrete tools, and that's kind of the beauty of the dynamic pieces of it. So if the council decided and the work groups decided that, hey, you make me do the same thing twice, then we're not interested in that. So I appreciate that. Jay. I think Jay was.
Yeah, I appreciate the work that has gone into the summary and the other documents, and I think they look really good, and the effort shows that went into them. And I want to apologize for having an idea for late input, but especially following on the heels of the symposium, I'm wondering whether the document could elaborate a little more on the participation and outreach that's mentioned in there under the goals, with an eye towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, and potentially explicitly mentioning that, and disadvantaged communities. I think I hope that the symposium is a good step in the right direction. I think it's a first step, and I hope that we can do more along those lines with the symposium. And then also with the bioaccumulation monitoring that we're doing in the bioaccumulation work group under the SWAMP program. Allie Dunn and the state board are really interested in engaging communities that are hardest hit by contamination in fish and shellfish. And we've included we're starting a new contract very soon. I'm not sure if we're exactly starting today, but the new contract includes funding for community engagement. So we're going to be actively working on this topic in that work group, in that part of the swamp monitoring program. So I think it's something that could be easily incorporated into the document with just a few more words in a couple of places, and maybe on the community map, you know, calling out the communities, you know, these communities that that, you know, I think ideally should be explicitly mentioned and be a target for better inclusion.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, and if you have some specifics, I'd be happy to, like you said, you mentioned some key wordage or things that could be tweaked. I would be happy to make those in real time, or to yeah, or otherwise. So if you've identified some pieces that you think are important and that would work well, you can send them in the chat or talk about them now.
Yeah, I don't have them, you know, crafted already, but I think it's just a matter of defining what the participation and outreach means, and you know, being a little more explicit about communities that we're trying to engage.
Okay.
I'll just make a quick suggestion. Anyone, you know, hit the yes if you, I personally think it's a great idea. And so I'm just going to hit yes. And if you agree, just throw your yes out there. That'd be great. Or no, you can do that too. Great, thanks. Might as well use this technology for our advantage. Looks like most people are on board with that. So thanks for the suggestion. Becky had her hand up, but now it's not up anymore. Is that right?
I did. I don't know if saying yes means your hand drops, I guess.
Oh, I guess you're right. Go ahead, Becky.
Okay. I had some specific comments on the service portfolio, the inventory, and the communication plan. I put them in the chat to Nick, but if there's the opportunity to quickly run through them, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay. For the service portfolio, the work group tab, there's a metric of numbers of programs, but we're wondering about allowing for metrics that include frequency of updates, particularly for things that change in quickly, like harmful algal blooms. Also wondering about providing a venue for networking, information sharing, or collaboration between work group members is something that's also of value that we think the work group provides. So those were comments for the service portfolio work group tab. For the project portfolio active project tabs, in addition to the inventory and methods, perhaps something about how that information is interpreted, communicated, and utilized. And then it mentions having the list of monitoring programs and the interactive map. But I think it might be helpful to get the interactive map functioning and then make sure that we have the current inventory done so that we are able to get recent data posted on the map, depending on the timing of both those things happening, just to make sure that we are focusing on current information. And then for the communication plan, the communications methods table, the last row suggests that that could be something work group members are involved with as well. So thanks for the opportunity to review and comment.
Yeah, thanks, Becky. That's great feedback. I think the projects, again, the project portfolio is just really an amalgamation of just some ideas that we brainstormed briefly and then put down when we realized that we couldn't really directly move forward with that until the other pieces were set. And as for the services, I think that those are open. Obviously, those are kind of general measures and ideas that would be, again, for all the work groups, but recognizing again that the idea would be that this, the CC Hub network in your case would develop a more work group specific set of services as you implement them. And that would include things like, okay, recognizing that the number of programs isn't the same as, harmful algal blooms that come and go really quickly. You also have other things, incident response, other great work that you guys do that wouldn't be captured or applicable to the other work groups. So it's kind of a balancing act, but I appreciate that. And I can certainly make the communication plan addition. I think Jared had his hand up for a long time and then disappeared. But I don't know if he's got something to say.
Sure, I think the yes feature
okay.
over my hand. But I wanted to echo Jay's comment about accessibility and the community aspects that kind of came out of the symposium. And I thought it'd be helpful if we have the time, Nick, if you were able to walk through some of the elements of the draft communication plan. And if there's enough time, honestly, I think it could be really beneficial just for everyone who's participating now, if you were to walk through all the different, I don't know what you call them, discrete elements, the service portfolio, the asset inventory, just to maybe highlight it with your screen. I don't know if you have that screen sharing feature, but just so people could see it, because there's a lot of great work in here. And just the work, like as you mentioned at the beginning, the participation in developing this and the subgroups work, there's so many different balls in the air juggling the council. And I felt like the way that you kind of landed on separating out the service portfolio to what the members are doing and what the council work groups are doing and what you yourself are doing, it makes it so much more manageable and easy to track and follow for the success of the council. But kind of back to that accessibility piece, the main deliverable of the council is that are the hubs and the portals. And so the safe to drink portal or the safe to swim portal or the safe to eat portal, those are really such huge assets to provide to across the state. Anyone with a web browser in theory should be able to pop in an address and find that information. And so I think, the communication part of it is a pretty integral aspect of it. And so I thought, maybe if there is that time, I definitely think it'd be great for, you, Nick, to walk us through that a little bit more, just to kind of showcase it. And maybe it'll also give a little time to do some of the wordsmithing or some of those language changes before, I guess, there's a formal vote, at the end of this session. So, but thanks, Nick, and great work and good comments from other people. I support them.
Nick, I accidentally removed Brian's raised hand. He had up prior to Evelyn. So Brian, did you have a comment to make?
Yeah, thanks, Karen. Yeah, just a quick kind of question comment. I'm a big proponent of having these shared values and making sure that they're clear and everything. So I appreciate Jay's comment about inclusion in there too. And the question I was going to ask about was what the process is for modifying these values. Like, is this the document where the values are stated? I mean, it's not in the existing charter. So if it's a new charter thing, because I guess my addition to that would be, it's probably outside of the strategic planning process would be the more appropriate place maybe to, flesh that out. But I've found in my work that, along with the values, having also the discussion and understanding of what the beliefs are behind the values, and also the behaviors or some other kind of how it's implemented are, for a group like this, I think it's an important piece to make sure, we're clear on.
So you're right, there's not anywhere else because none of this stuff was done before. There was no strategic plan driving the council. There was a strategic monitoring plan, a comprehensive monitoring plan, but never really a strategic plan that drove the council, that really outlined its mission, vision, objectives, values. We discussed these values over the course of, again, the last few years, and landed on these 4/8 values. I guess if you were looking to add information on how to act and implement those values, that could or maybe should be included in the communication plan as a dynamic tool set, or otherwise, I'm open to that discussion. But those values have been part of the strategic planning process as well as the other elements within the strategic map. So again, I'm open.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting changing all that. I was just wondering how that process worked and where the opportunities were, you know, going forward as to refine and communicate them.
Yeah, I think that, you know, certainly anything is refinable and changeable in the future if it's deemed appropriate by the council. This is your strategy, and along with the kind of the work groups in tow as far as the summary pieces of it. And I think that, you know, if there was I think at least maybe on an annual basis, it could be revisited and say, oh, hey, like maybe we should think about adding or removing this value, or adding a section that better describes this piece or element of it. Then that would be certainly a good opportunity to do that. And nothing, you know, it'd be great to finalize it and moving forward from today and not have to make little tweaks, but I don't think any of this is set in stone, certainly not the tool sets and not the summary otherwise. I think it's just about having a larger open discussion at a council meeting. And it could be now. We have 30 minutes to do that, but adding that much right now would mean coming back at another meeting.
Yeah, I think it's probably not something you could fit in a half an hour.
I see. Okay, Evelyn. Unmute her.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
First of all, I want to say that since I've been, involved a little bit in the council and just getting to know the process, I want to really commend, I feel like there's an evolution and, just like the human aspect of this council. And I think it's incredible the progress that I've seen just in the last 6 months. I just was hoping you could briefly talk about the strategic map and the community map. I think since I saw the strategy map first, you might have added the drinking water out of the faucet picture, and I wanted to thank you for that. But now looking at the community map image, and I apologize again for not making the suggestion earlier, but I wonder why there's not also where I come from, a element of drinking water in that image. I mean, there's 2 fishes. I was just wondering if possibly one of the images could be replaced with something that implies drinking water, even though it's sort of an ocean theme. It just might be a little confusing because it's more than an ocean theme, the council. It's much broader than that. So that was just my comment. I wondered if you could talk about that a little.
I can certainly talk about that. So the community map and the strategic map are doing 2 different things. So the community map is really trying to highlight the people that we're trying to reach, the different stakeholder groups and the people that we're trying to serve and engage with. So making just drinking water be something really doesn't fit in that map. It better fits within the strategy map, which has, we've designed it based on several conversations to include some of those key elements that the work groups are working on. So we added the tap water, which recognizes that one of our founding work groups and questions that we asked is our water safe to drink? That's captured there by that logo or by that element. Same with the fish here is the safe to eat, as Jay kind of spoke about. The bug is actually representative of almost all the ecosystem health work groups, being the wetlands, the healthy watersheds, what used to be the estuaries work group, streams and rivers. Safe to swim is the swimming guy, and then the microscope is, is supposed to, capture the science behind all of these things, and then the communication piece is, we're trying to communicate all of this out to our stakeholders, which is supposed to be, again, captured in the community. I get that you're interpreting it as the ocean, and we're just, kind of, the community map is just supposed to, kind of blend with our kind of branding of just that we're dealing mostly with water quality. The fish adds an ecosystem element, but it's really just there for fun. And then, the groups are just highlighted by the people that we're trying to engage with, which is then kind of outlined in the table on the next page in the summary of who our customer / stakeholders are and who we're trying to reach with the council's overall work. So I appreciate the comment, but that would be my explanation of the two.
And I would also suggest possibly adding some aspect of plastic pollution in an image of it somewhere. I don't know how to do that. And I know, again, I apologize.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, the intent is not to include every type of pollutant and every type of problem that we're trying to attack. It's really, because I would argue that plastic pollution would be captured under ecosystem and drinking water and other elements. Right. So it's not about pinpointing every single issue that California faces. It's about just highlighting what the council is doing and some of the work groups that we're developing. So I appreciate the comment, and those are elements that I think that would be better captured within the safe to drink realm and some of the work group spaces that we could point to through some of the portals and web pages. But in a kind of general strategic map where you're trying to kind of highlight these as communication devices, I think that you start getting into a scope creep that becomes unwieldy, and there's so much information on this little graphic that you start to forget what each little piece means, and it becomes a confusion device instead of a communication device.
Thank you.
But yeah, thanks for the comments. I did add some language here to try to add information about community engagement, community building, and reaching communities that have been underserved and difficult to access to the summary document in an effort to quickly add a recognition of that. It's included that we're sponsoring and supporting the civic and community events, and highlights the symposium and other events that we are already participating in. So I'm hoping that that's at least sufficient for now to capture those pieces. But if not, I'd be open to other areas of including access to those communities. And go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I realize it may be hard to do the wordsmithing, today, but I suggested in the chat some wording to add to the end of goal 6.
Okay.
And then, if we're really buying into this, as Brian was saying, I think we could add a value on equity and inclusion. I think it's important to get the words right. So it might be better to have, maybe a subgroup spend more time thinking about this, but I took a stab at making some suggestions.
And that the addition would go under fixed subset C?
No, I'm back in I was looking at the goals in the summary document.
6C, or which one?
It was not the page you're looking at right now. It's the short summary version of the goals in the summary document. Okay, you're just further up. Strategic goals, yeah. So that at the end of that, and that would put it right up front.
Really long.
Yeah, I know it's.
I would rather add it here where we describe the goals in particular. But I'm open. It's not my choice. So if he's,
I appreciate the
Can I make
quick
a
work you did.
suggestion?
mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I do too. Maybe we work with Nick. We work with our Office of Public Participation. Our new director will, I'm sure, have really valuable input as to how to characterize the suggestion in our strategy. I like the places that Jay suggested, but we don't have anybody on our council, which is note to self. We don't have anybody on our council that is sort of has expertise in community engagement. So we certainly can tap into our own expertise at the Water Board to help with writing the language, but I would flag this as something that we should discuss as a council in terms of our composition, and see if it makes sense for us to add someone in addition to our public and our citizen science seats. Is there a room for community engagement type seat? But that's a future. I'm not suggesting we talk about that now.
No, that's fine. And Joaquin, our board chair, has joined the call, so welcome, Joaquin. He's got some suggestions in the comment as well. He's suggesting we maybe utilize the Cali P Equity Group, and that Adriana might be a good person to work with as well. So maybe we could provide her at least a summary document and ask her with that lens if there's additions that they would recommend.
Yeah, everyone is supportive of including it. Let's just figure out how to do it in a way that is, respectful and hits the mark.
Sure. Okay.
Real quick, Jay had noted in the chat adding a value for equity and inclusion, and part of me thought that could be a real simple way if you did it now, and then you could build in a little bit later. But I don't know. I think maybe Nick, you said you didn't want to put it there, perhaps. I'm not sure, but I thought that was maybe one idea that, for the purposes of today's meeting and what goes, I guess, technically adopted, that could be a simple way. But just an idea if that works or not.
Steve, you have your hand raised. Go ahead.
I do. So first off, Nick, congratulations on pulling all this stuff together, and thank you for doing that. There's one item that I think doesn't have enough depth of detail that I would like to see us discuss, which is the secretary briefings. The way that I'm looking at the council is that we have two key things that I think can make us effective. The first is the diversity of interests that serve on the council. So there's an opportunity for people to communicate with each other and integrate the things that they do. But the other is the opportunity to elevate to higher levels some issues that the group can agree upon need the attention of higher levels. And so it's called out as something that we'll do, but it's not called out how we will do it and how we can make it most effective. So it could be something at the level of the secretaries actually come to one of our council meetings for an hour to hear from us together. It could be something like the chair does it alone. It could be something where there's a small subcommittee, or maybe even a subcommittee that includes the chairs of our working groups that are most relevant to that topic. I think giving some thought to the structuring of that, how we do it, would be useful, since it's one of our more important tools. And I'll even go so far as to say that while I like Karen and like the idea of her representing us, I think actually having more than just one person would be a good idea. I think that we should actually, in fact, if I had my druthers, I would do it as an invitation to the secretaries to come to the council, and then maybe have Karen deliver it, but then opportunities for people to either add on or address questions as they come up. And that level of specificity just isn't there right now on what we're going to try and cover in those briefings or how the briefings take place. So we don't need to do it now, but I'd like to see us work towards that.
That's good. I think what we would cover would be dependent on any given briefing and what's happening. But I do think the mechanism could be better outlined in either in the communication plan. It's been outlined in the past in the charter and governing documents on kind of how that would take place, normally through a briefing with each secretary individually. But I hear you. I think those could definitely be elements that are added to either the communication plan and or the charter and or the MOU. So.
And I'll even go one step further. I'll give you a very specific suggestion. I would really like to see one of our meetings dedicated to essentially the secretary briefings, and that the items be essentially initiated by our working groups. The working groups would each propose the top two, whatever the number is, the top two things that they think should elevate to the secretary. And then the council would sort those out to identify priorities about which ones are either ones that cut across would clearly be ones that elevate, or ones that just have enough high priority that they can end up in the top 2 or 3 that we would then bring to the secretary.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be exactly the way that I would hope it would work as well. Like that with these tools, that the work groups would be able to better verbalize and analyze what are their real obstacles, and the council has attempted to maybe remedy those but can't, and then they've decided that they need to elevate those to a higher level. That would be my vision for how that would work. So I'm with you. Jared again. Jared.
No, I don't have anything. Was my hand raised?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Eric.
Thank you, Nick. I think I'm seeing great strides forward. I just had a comment, just kind of to bridge on what Evelyn said earlier. That stakeholder community map, I think it's a very important element in the strategic plan. It's a visual cue. I think, as Evelyn mentioned, there's an environmental benefit focus emphasis on that. I think with potable reuse and reusing our local water supplies becoming more of an issue across California, I think we need to make sure that folks are aware of water quality for drinking water as well, is in a focus of the Water Quality Monitoring Council. So the human health benefit, I think, is something to, it's also part of my role as a co-chair for the Safe to Drink work group, as you know, but that's missing, I think, from that community map. I think it's a very important element in the strategic plan.
Okay, thanks. Jared, your hand's raised again.
This time I did raise my hand. I just wanted to echo what Eric had said regarding that. And I know that down in Orange County, a lot of their work on recycled water and DPR and all of the different elements involved with that, there took 20 years of public outreach and education to kind of get the community warmed up. And so as DPR is coming online in the next few years and people wanting to know, is this water safe to drink? I think that's really important. That the council does. I think it's a great opportunity for the council to do that work, but it takes a lot of resources to do that level of outreach and to do it to a quality that you would come to expect from the state board. And so, in terms of adding an element on today, I'm not sure how possible that would be on the graphics, but definitely wanted to echo what Eric said there in terms of that aspect to the council.
Again, I agree that these are very prime topics: recycled water, water supply, drinking water. I guess I would argue that it depends on how you interpret the community map and how you explain it to the people that you're using it with. You could nearly every water, surface or otherwise, in California has the municipal drinking water beneficial use associated with it, whether that be the ocean, the reservoirs, lakes, rivers. So you could just say that this water, and water in general is directly correlated with drinking water in some way or another. And again, I think that these specifics are better captured within the specific work groups that these are, being actively worked upon in, whether that be safe to drink and or others. And maybe this is a building block that you guys take these as the work groups, not you, Jared, but at the work group level, take these as an idea to be like, oh, maybe we should have our own specific community that we're trying to reach. And then you can build out those specific elements that work group is desiring to engage with, recycled water, local agencies, districts, and bring out those specifics for each work group. And then you guys have that as a back pocket communication tool to utilize when you're on your own communications, as well as the council that could borrow it if they're going to a specific conference as a council member and they know that harmful algal blooms or drinking water is of specific interest to the people that are attending that conference. They could bring the council's glossies as well as the work group glossies that support that. Say, hey, look, this is what the council's doing, and here's an example of a work group and what they're doing within their specific theme or work group. So I appreciate everything you're saying. I just caution adding too much to these communication tools that are presented here, which are supposed to be, again, general but specific enough to get it across what the council itself is trying to accomplish through its work groups. And then a lot of these, including the tools themselves, should be developed further by the work groups. And I'm more than happy to help them, at least guide them with connections on how to maybe do that. But these are kind of the underlying framework that could be built upon by the work groups and help them as well. Eric again, or is that just a old? Okay. All right, Eric. No. Eric, is your hand raised, or is it just?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and thank you, Jared, for echoing my viewpoint. As Jared said, it took, it's in Southern California, it took 20 years of public outreach. I think that we're really missing an opportunity at the Water Quality Monitoring Council not to make sure that message is prominently displayed, especially since source control of pollutants in our water system is becoming an emerging issue. We got PFAS and other forever chemicals that really need to be on the forefront of our stakeholders' mind. And sometimes when people realize that the water that they're dumping chemicals in, they'll eventually have to drink, then we get behavior changes. And I guess that's where I'll leave it. I would be more than happy to participate on a work group to look at this closer, to elevate these messages. So thank you.
Thanks. I don't want to leave. So I've obviously been going through the summary document. Are there other documents? Jared mentioned you wanted to kind of walk through some. Are there any that the other council members want me to go through? We have 15 minutes before the lunch break, so I'm happy to go through that unless there's other comments from people. Karen, what would you like to do?
I don't know if it's worth going through each one. I'd like to, we got a chat. Communications. Jared would like us to go through the communications piece. Why don't we take a quick go through? I'd like to get to a point, and if it's going to take us longer than 15 minutes, we can break into our lunch break, since we're all going to walk across the room to grab our lunch, or at least I am. I'd like to get to a point where we have a thumbs up on this version of the strategy, so our next meeting can be focused in on projects and priorities and services. We've been talking about strategy for a long time. I'd like to wrap it up and start to move to strategic implementation.
This is Chad. I second that with my thumbs up.
Okay. So if I'm translating, I'm going to go through the communications plan. Is that what we're saying? Okay. So here, this is actually a pared down version of something that likely started off kind of the whole strategic planning process previously, as communication was a big issue brought up when I'm just first coming on board. So this is really just outlines, you know, why it's important to communicate, what our objectives are for communicating, has an attempt to outline the key audiences and messages that we are trying to reach. And I think that, you know, members of the public and maybe adding some of Jay's language here would be important. And then kind of just getting further into it, you know, okay, if just outlining, okay, if you're engaging with a particular audience, what is the message we're trying to give them? You know, think of a 2-minute elevator speech. You know, how would you communicate those pieces? And, you know, that's kind of what led to the development of some of these visual aids that we've been having discussions about. And then, you know, what's the result of that communication? What are you trying to achieve by communicating with the secretaries, the legislature, the public? And so that's really what Section 3 is about. Okay, who are our audience, both external and internal? How should we be communicating? What are we trying to communicate and why? And then the subsection 4 is the method of communication. And these, this is like a place where I think that we would capture some of the comments by Steve, like better vet out, and it doesn't have to just necessarily be in a table format like this, but to kind of say, how, okay, we want to communicate with this group. This is our message. How do we engage with them? What's the method that we're going to do that? Is it going to be through a formal briefing with the chair and a few select members? Is it going to be at a public meeting? That type of information. So that's intended to be captured in subsection 4, as well as kind of the ongoing activities that are being done, just kind of on a day-to-day basis by the active members of the council and the work groups as well. And that's really it. Those are just the 4 elements of the communication plan. It was a much longer document full of a lot of minutia, to be frank. And so I've pared it down to just kind of those 4 key elements within this communication strategy. And this is, again, one of the dynamic pieces of the tool set. So this would be adaptable and can be added to and better detailed once we start actually putting those into action. So, like, you know, the only interactions I've had with the secretary has been with Secretary Blumenfeld, and that's to discuss the MOU and kind of the path forward. And so, you know, if we were to actually get that first briefing where the idea was to actually provide the recommendations from the council to the secretary, and, you know, we still need to engage with Secretary Crowfoot as well, and just define what method actually works best, and then kind of outline those kind of information here. That's where I would suggest putting them. And, you know, as communication practices and methods are shown to be successful and or unsuccessful, then that can be kind of tweaked and suggestions added. So that's the communication plan. I can go through other pieces.
So we have a suggestion in the chat about the graphics and the need to have a broader input on them, and because they are going to be sort of the first, you know, impressions that the public are going to see. While that's not about content, really. I mean, it's about how do we communicate with a graphic. And so the suggestion is that we approve the strategy itself. And I think generally speaking, we know that the strategy is going to be somewhat, I wouldn't call it a living document necessarily. I think the components that are that support it, like the services portfolio and the communications plan, are much more pliable. But that I think I agree that maybe we think about the graphics a little bit more and determine what exactly we want to convey with them and make sure that they are conveying that message. But obviously we're not going to be able to do that here.
And maybe just there's multiple visual aids too. I mean, that takes the longest part because I can't draw this stuff. So it's working with the graphic designer and taking this. And again, we spent a lot of time going back and forth with the artist on these to capture what we thought was kind of the right amount, but definitely I agree with what you're saying and what's happening.
Yeah, so just know that we're open to making changes to the graphics as we move forward. Maybe we get, the thing is we're all scientists, engineers, you know, monitors, people that, you know, are on the ground. We don't do this communication stuff. And I'll be the first to admit I suck at it. You know, I like what I like, and, you know, it doesn't necessarily translate to what others see when they see these graphics. So we may even want to involve some of our communications folks at State Board to help us with some of the graphics as well, in addition to our graphic design group.
Okay.
So unless there's anyone that wants to look through, walk through any of the other components, let us know, either via chat or raise your hand and say so. So knowing that we're going to work on some of the graphics and how we communicate that, are there any more content kind of comments that anyone wants to make before we, I don't know if we want to vote or how we're going to do this, but any more content comments? I would also like to suggest that, yes, this is the first sort of what the council is putting forth, but it would make sense for each of the working groups to have their own versions of the supporting strategic plan that they're working on. That's where the level of detail of, we're going to work on microplastics, and how does that connect up with the ecosystems work group and the drinking water work group. And yeah, so, and I'm going to apologize, my puppy is attacking my chihuahua. So if you hear weird noises, it's that. Anyway, so there may be need for each of the working groups to go through a similar exercise. We've already asked them to do some work planning, and some of this level of detail makes more sense at the working group level, I think. Nick, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? I don't see anybody raising their hand or commenting that they want to look through any of the other documents.
No, I mean, I agree. I think I tried to say that, probably not successfully, that I thought that some of the specificity around source water protection and drinking water are very important. And I agree that those are key elements that the council is interested in pursuing, and that perhaps the work groups could be developing some of these tools more specifically for themselves and including the graphics for their work groups. That would be kind of in addition to the general strategic map and community map that the council has put together at this point. And obviously, we're going to look at revisiting these elements a little bit with some of our internal experts, but I do think that in order to really capture the intricacies of each of the many, topics revolving around water quality and ecosystem health in California, you're going to need to have really focused pieces of information, which is, one reason why the whole work group theme specific thing came to fruition in the first place, was that we recognized, or the council at the time recognized, that collaborating across water quality monitoring, ecosystem health in general just was not doable or not feasible without breaking it up into concrete chunks of similar overlapping issues and projects that could maybe address multiple problems at once. So I think this is just a further recognition that the work groups are specific and have specific issues that they're trying to tackle. And in many cases, they do overlap, and they should be communicating with each other more than they do. And I think this is an opportunity to maybe memorialize that in a more concrete fashion.
So I'm going to make a suggestion that we look at adding the equity and diversity value and goal in the strategy. So we're gonna work on that, and we'll get your input, via email to make sure that we've hit the mark on that. We're gonna work on the graphics. But what I'd like to hear from the council is, are we good with the content? Are we good with starting to take this as a move? Let's move this forward. Let's start prioritizing. And how about a yes, no answer in the chat over here? I'm gonna give me a yes. I participated in it, so.
I'm seeing 7 council members. Oops. You're muted, Karen, but I'm seeing 7.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm seeing 7
Oh.
different sectors.
So
yes.
I saw a thumbs up from Steve, but no yes on his participant list. We might be having technology issues. You guys can all hear my dogs going crazy here. Terry says yes, with the understanding that you'll address Jay's comment. We will, for sure.
Oh, there's lots of yeses. Steve said yes.
Yeah.
In the chat.
So I think we've got critical mass. Which feels good. I think we've got a good foundation for us moving forward, and we can stop talking about strategy and use it as our guiding tool for moving forward.
Great. Well, well, I appreciate all this discussion, and please, when we send out the updated language and verbiage, comment back to me at that time, so I have time to kind of address these issues ahead of time. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll echo that comment. We as a strategy committee worked really hard and did a lot of back and forth in between meetings, held a number of meetings. We need your guys' engagement too, and so when you guys get emails and we want your feedback, take the time, you know, mark it out on your calendar to take the time and look at it and give us some feedback, please. So with that, should we go ahead and break for lunch, Nick?
Yeah, this is great timing. We can reconvene at 1 o'clock for item 5.
Yeah, so you guys can log off of the Zoom and log back in at hopefully a little bit before 1 o'clock. Or you can leave your, I think, Nick, are you going to leave it open?
Yep.
Yeah, so you can either stay on or log off and log back in right before 1 o'clock so we can get started at 1 with our next item. So thanks for the good discussion and the comments, everyone. Appreciate it. And we'll talk to you at 1. Yeah.
All right, Karen, I think we're good to go. We got Tova teed up and ready for item 5.
Great. Do you want to introduce the item, Nick?
Sure.
Okay, great. Thanks.
No problem. The topic is item 5 is on the Marine Protected Areas Statewide Leadership Team Work Plan. Tova is coming to us from the Ocean Protection Council and is the new lead for the Marine Protected Areas unit or program. And within the work plan, this council is identified with some key actions. And this is a discussion to kind of refresh the council's memory on the statewide MPAs and to discuss more fully how we are incorporated into their work plan and how we can proceed to towards being effective in following through on those actions or providing feedback to the Ocean Protection Council, as well as the Division of Water Quality, the State Water Board's Ocean Plan unit. So with that, I'd like to introduce Tova Handelman.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tova Handelman. I am the Senior Marine Protected Area Program Manager at the Ocean Protection Council. I'm really happy to be here today to inform you about the Marine Protected Area Statewide Leadership Team and how the Council can be involved in the leadership team, helping the leadership team achieve MPA priorities that pertain to water quality monitoring. So let's get started. Next slide, please. Great, so I will start with a quick overview of the state's MPA network for those of you who may not be as familiar. California had marine protected areas for several decades before the Marine Life Protection Act was passed in 1999, but they functioned as independent protected areas scattered along the coast. The Marine Life Protection Act required a redesign so that California's MPAs function as an interconnected network now. The design and implementation of the new MPA network was a science-based, stakeholder-driven process, which took several years, and the MPA network was complete in 2012. We have 124 ecologically connected marine protected areas and 14 special closures, making California have the largest network of MPAs in North America, and it is globally recognized. Approximately 16% of state waters have some level of protection, with 9% of state waters being highly protected where no take is allowed. Next slide. Yeah, so MPA governance in California starts at the top in the Office of the Governor and then to the Secretary for Natural Resources. The Secretary chairs the MPA Statewide Leadership Team, which is made up of several state and federal agencies, as well as regional tribal representatives and representatives from the philanthropic, nonprofit, and science sectors. The leadership team advises the Secretary on all MPA-related issues spanning from enforcement to policy recommendations and updates on the most recent scientific findings and so on. Next slide. The leadership team meets quarterly to ensure communication and collaboration and especially coordination among these entities that are here on the slide. All of these entities have significant authority, mandates, or interests in the MPA network, and they all collectively signed an MOU that formalizes their commitment to the leadership team and outlines the different roles and responsibilities for each of the partners. Next slide. The work of the leadership team is guided by a 3-year work plan, which outlines priorities in the 4 program areas of the state's MPA management program, which are listed here on the slide. Each priority has a set of actions associated with it, and the lead agency or organization is identified, as well as what outcomes and performance indicators are expected. So on the next slide, you'll see that the State Water Resources Control Board is leading several projects related to the intersection between MPAs and water quality protected areas. But one project in particular, which is the Strategic Priority 2 under the Research and Monitoring Focal Area, recognizes the Water Quality Monitoring Council as a partner to develop a unified interagency strategy to identify overlaps in regulatory NPDES and MPA monitoring. The expected outcome is a document that outlines the overlaps in requirements, methodology, funding sources, personnel, and other useful information that can be used by the leadership team to better coordinate MPA monitoring efforts. And last slide here, that was just a short background for you, which I hope helped inform the discussion we'll have now about how to achieve this action item, or if any of the language needs modification. Nick indicated to me that this could lead to the establishment of an ocean and coastal ecosystem health work group, which has been identified as a need in the past. We can return to the previous slide if you'd like to see the language again, but just wanted to thank all of you for taking time on your agenda to discuss this, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and my email address was listed there, so please feel free to get in touch if you think of anything in the future as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Tova. So yeah, this is for you all, the council members and the interested parties, to kind of go over, kind of ask questions of Tova more about the MPA program if you'd like, as well as you can, Kat Walsh, who is the representative from State Water Board's Ocean Unit, is online as well. But this item, was brought to my attention by Tova and Kat Walsh regarding this identification of working with the Monitoring Council. And so I thought it was pertinent to bring it to you guys' attention. This might be the first time you're seeing this or have worked with the MPA leadership team. So I wanted a brief overview on that. And then really just to have an open discussion with the council members to discuss, okay, is this something that we want to pursue? Is this an opportunity to develop an ocean or ocean-based work group, which has been brought up in the past when working with some of Tova's predecessors, or not, or how can we help achieve this action by helping coordinate the development of this document or other actions that can help fulfill this key action that they've identified. So with that, I just like to kind of open up for you guys' discussion with the leadership team representatives and kind of have an active discussion about this topic. Oh, you got Peter, go ahead.
Hey, everybody. So yeah, I have a question. I think this is a great idea. Being a marine biologist, I think it would be wonderful to actually bring all this stuff together. My question revolves around databases and a convenient way to store data from both marine monitoring programs as well as freshwater systems. I know that we put a lot of data from the freshwater side into CEDN, and my understanding is that CEDN has not worked well for marine monitoring data. And I don't have a lot more background on it other than that. But I was wondering if anybody else had also heard this and whether that could potentially be a bit of an obstacle that we need to work through in order to make consistency between the marine and freshwater sides of the house.
I will say that from the marine protected area side of things, I have never used CEDN and we don't have our data stored there. So I can't speak to the problems that have come up with CEDAN in the past, but I know that for our MPA data, we have the California Natural Resources Agency has a data portal, and that's what we've been using. We also partner with Data One through NCs to store some of our bigger data that the Natural Resources Agency platform can't hold just yet. So it's a new platform. I think it went live a couple of months ago, but yeah, so we're just getting all of our data kind of organized and between Data One and the CNRA platform. But unfortunately, I don't have experience in CEDAN, so I'm not sure about the connection there. Yeah,
that's great. But yeah, that it's going on the CNRA portal, which is great. It's topical because it kind of goes in line with the whole AB 1755 effort that's going on. Obviously, we put all CEDAN data goes on to data.ca.gov, which is the California Open Data Portal, and then that federates directly with the CNRA.data.ca.gov platform. So the portal and platform federate, so you can access both data types there. I think part of this effort, part of this action would be to explore how and if we would want to integrate those two, the freshwater and marine water sampling, or if it's just focused on the marine elements. I think that the access to both data sets is there, and it sounds like the OPC is putting the metadata necessary on CNRA, and they'll bring it in from Data One. So I think the access to the data, excuse me, is being facilitated by the AB 1755 work, but integrating the data types, if that's deemed appropriate, would take some effort for sure, and that might be something that would be elevated to what's called a use case for the newly formed Water Data Consortium, which is the public-private entity, 501c3 entity that's kind of been charged with furthering the AB 1755 effort by bringing in private and public partners. And so they have a way to bring in funding and bring in some of those private entities that can help fund that kind of data science work that maybe internally we don't have the ability to address. But I think that's the data piece is going to be an important piece when we're talking about developing something like this. Anybody else have some? Wait, hold on. There we go. We got Terry and then Brian.
Yeah, so I'm interested in 2.1.3. I'm pretty familiar with the monitoring that's done by most NPDS, at least on the ocean side. I am less familiar with the MPA monitoring requirements, and so that seems like I'd like to know what that is so I can understand how those two things fit together.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have we have a host of data that we are collecting through our partners, also through, the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So through what I meant is non-agency partners, like our academic partners, through PISCO, through marine, long-term monitoring programs that have existed for a long time, as well as citizen science programs too. So when we're talking about MPA monitoring, we're mostly talking about ecological monitoring, and that's across the MPA statewide network. So there's several different types of ecosystems. So kelp forest, sandy bottom, rocky reefs, estuaries, I could go on. Across the state, we have many different types of ecosystems that are represented in our 124 MPAs. So mostly that's ecological monitoring. There's also, monitoring of human dimension aspects, socioeconomics, impacts on, different human dimensions that might be affected by MPAs. And then, in relation to water quality, there isn't anything that OPC is necessarily doing in terms of water quality monitoring in MPAs, but we partner with the State Water Resources Control Board to find the nexus between ASBSs and MPAs. So that data would be from the water board.
Yeah, and that's where the MPDS monitoring folks shine, right? That's where all that data is. So finding the ways to make these two work together, I think, is the challenge here. Is there a one-stop shop for MPA data types?
Like where you could find the data, is that what you mean? Yeah, that would be the CNRA data portal. Yeah, it's all uploaded there. And so anything that is also uploaded on Data One is it links automatically. So it's all there.
Oh, Brian, sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had just a clarification on, we're looking at developing a strategy to identify overlaps between these two. So specifically, I mean, like Terry was kind of saying, I mean, we know really well what MPDS does. You can look it up. It's pretty much out there. Are we looking at a strategy for an ongoing way of the two checking each other, or I'm just a little unclear about the strategy to identify, or is it a strategy to figure out how to how to integrate and coordinate them better?
Yeah, that's a really great clarification, actually. I think that both are true. I think we should probably start with a strategy on how to better coordinate and integrate them from the start. And because they are both existing right now, and see where the overlaps might be. And then we can also either simultaneously or after that's completed, consider ways to ensure the long-term, efficiency of that type of data collection. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thanks. I mean,
Okay.
I think like what Terry was saying, yeah, you can get these lists of what people are doing. I mean, if it's a focus on the ecological over the water quality, depending on how you want to interpret those two, yeah, I mean, it's a subset of the MPDS monitoring. Yeah, I mean, that's something, it's an administrative effort as much as anything, and just kind of a administrative and nomenclature coordination.
Hey, go ahead, Jared.
Hi, Toba, thank you for your presentation. I'm curious if just a little background refresher. What is the process for an area to become an MPA? And I think if memory serves, I maybe was at an OPC hearing where maybe some additional ones were added on, but I could be mistaken on that. But I was kind of curious what that looks like and what are the criteria to be designated an MPA?
Yeah, thanks for that. So MPAs were designated almost 10 years ago now. So new MPAs have not been created since the designation process. I'm not quite sure what meeting you are referring to, but I'm going to guess it may have been a Fish and Game Commission meeting in which they were talking about the potential for changing regulations or boundaries of already existing MPAs. That may have been what you're referring to, but I can't be sure. But we definitely have not created new MPAs since 2012. And the way that MPAs were designated at that time was a very long process, stakeholder driven. So we got a lot of, we meaning the state, got a lot of feedback from different types of stakeholder groups, drawing maps and saying what areas ought to be protected, what areas, have several different types of uses that maybe it would be too difficult to, change the use types. And then we also, so we took the stakeholder, interests in mind with also what the science informs us. And the 124 MPAs were placed on the map in a way that was informed by science so that they were ecologically connected through the California current, that it would provide the most potential for protection throughout the state, not just in one specific area. So yeah, there were many different criteria that went into selecting those sites, but nothing has changed aside from a couple of regulations and a couple of boundaries, just shifting the boundaries a bit on some specific MPAs since 2012.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's helpful to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I think it's important to kind of look at this action as a whole, and maybe even the program as a whole. I mean, you see the overall key action is to basically identify overlaps and then potentially data gaps and then leverage resources, which is really kind of what the council, well, not kind of, it's what the council was created to do. The action summary itself seems to be kind of out of order, but it's almost like it was written assuming that there was already an ocean-based water quality ecosystem health work group in place to help with this interagency coordination, recognizing that MPA monitoring is going to come from the resources agency and the ASBS monitoring is going to come from the water board and the Cal EPA. So that's an interagency coordination that is tasked to this entity to help coordinate and collaborate and identify overlaps in efficiency mechanisms. So it's almost yeah, I would say 2.1.3 might be 2.1.1, and then 2.1.2 would be number 2, and then 2.1.1 would be number 3. If you were kind of to reorder those, it might make a little bit more sense of what this action is trying to achieve. My guess is that this fits into the overall plan to better monitor the actual quality of the water and the ecosystem health in these areas and try to link the two. When I had a meeting ancillarily with the Ocean Science Trust to try to figure out who's doing ocean monitoring, water quality monitoring, at these areas and otherwise. And it seemed to me like that was a pretty big gap in California as a whole, especially a coordinating area. There's definitely the federal NOAA pieces, as well as the uses, as well as the bite monitoring. There's lots of different elements, but I don't think there's any one place where they're actually coordinating to help kind of facilitate the type of identification that we're talking about here. When I read this, it reads to me like a need for a council type work group. I'm recognizing though that there's already an MPA work group that's pretty well staffed, or at least funded, and has a lot of agencies involved there. But if you maybe look at it through that lens, it might kind of clarify for the members kind of what this is trying to accomplish.
Yeah, and I should have mentioned before that this work plan is not set in stone. It's an adaptive document. So we collaboratively create it as the leadership team every 3 years, but throughout those 3 years, we continuously check back in with it and change the language as needed. So if the language is not accurate anymore, we can certainly update it or reorder, 2.1.3 to be at 2.1.1 if that's something that everybody thinks would make more sense. So yeah, this is where it stands right now, but I'm certainly open to hearing suggestions on how to change it so that it's more accurate to what you guys actually do and would be effective for MPA management as well.
Steve?
So Nick, you asked whether we should form a work group. I'm going to give you 2 reasons why I think that, I don't want to argue against it, but things that would work against it. Thing number 1 is that when we form work groups, one of the principal reasons we do it is because there's not an infrastructure already in place. You have a bunch of disjointed programs that are not interacting with each other or don't have an outlet for their product. I think that's not the case here. I think, in fact, it's exactly the opposite. There is an entire infrastructure, and the MPA network is going to be producing an assessment of condition, basically integrating all these data. I guess it's kind of your 10-year report. So the vehicle is already there. We don't have to create that vehicle. I think all we need to do is just make sure that Tova knows that she has resources like us to reach out to if she needs help and she can't get some of the people that might be helpful to her. The second thing that I think that works against us is that, and this is something we run into occasionally, is that we're the Water Quality Monitoring Council, and we do get involved in biology because we use biology as the integrator of water quality conditions. But biology is often used for other reasons as well, because the biology is the endpoint in and of itself. The way I look at the MPA monitoring network is it's primarily a habitat and species resources monitoring program. You're looking to see whether the habitat is well maintained, if the habitat is doing better in these protected areas than in non-protected areas, and then looking to see whether the fish and other types of resource critters are responding to that improved physical habitat, biological habitat, not necessarily the water quality habitat. Most of these MPAs are not located in areas that have severe water quality problems. So while that will be a piece of what they do, it's not the core of what they do. So there's a tiny bit of mismatch here between we as the Water Quality Monitoring Council and which is a little bit more resource habitat oriented. I'll throw that to Tova. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that definitely does make sense. And, you know, I think that's where it's an interesting blending of the two, you know, monitoring aspects that the state is involved with, that maybe they don't really interact as often as they ought to, or, you know, because of exactly what you say, the habitat and species is different than the water quality side of things. But I think that there is an interesting nexus there, especially with ASBSs and MPAs, because they are a form of a protected area. It's just a water quality protected area. So that's what I think we're trying to kind of find the intersection of where does it make sense to have the two overlap with each other, and what can the data collected from the water quality side inform the habitat side and vice versa. So it might not be such a, you know, smooth melding of the two, but even if it's just a matter of having a document that shows here are some requirements that we have, here are some requirements that you have, where is the overlap there, and then perhaps what types of monitoring are going on that maybe we can collaborate on. When someone is out doing a fish survey, they can also collect a water quality sample, that kind of stuff. Like, how can we better collaborate together? How can we bring our data, you know, to be a little more united? And then finally, I think an important aspect of this is simply, who do you talk to when you come across an issue? So if there's a water quality issue in an MPA or near an MPA, you know, prior to this conversation, I'm not sure that either of us would have spoken with each other. You know, maybe your group may not have known about MPAs and may have been thinking about the water quality aspect of it, but not necessarily how it might interact or affect an MPA, and then the other way around. So that's, I think, part of this is, and what Nick was getting at earlier, of, you know, kind of assuming that there was already an established, you know, coordination there. So it's sounding like maybe there isn't, and so maybe we're kind of a little bit farther behind than what we originally thought, which is okay. We're, you know, this is part of the work plan, is to get those things up and moving. So yeah, yeah, maybe Steve, if you want me to clarify anything further.
I mean, I would respond. I would just say that I'm not necessarily suggesting a work group, but I would argue that the things are disjointed. And I would say that water quality, ecosystem health are very much correlated. And that's kind of the goal of what this work plan is trying to get at. And that if you can see from the other actions there in the summary, it's asking for a review of the work plans and the monitoring and the reports and that kind of work, which I would put under a specific work group that would be an interagency of the two. And I don't think that exists. So, I mean, my point was that if this work was going to be done, by whom, and in what sort of coordinated fashion would that occur under? And I think that's why the council has identified, albeit at the last point of it, but that's why it's almost like it reads like this should be the basis for a development of a work group to help fix this problem. It doesn't have to be a work group forever. Maybe the work group is just tasked to help solve this one issue. I will say that, you know, finding the information on water quality or ecosystem health in the ocean waters is difficult. We don't do it. We referenced the submarine program, but which is something that we never really did. But Cindy Dawson, we brought in 2 years ago into SQUIRP, Cindy Dawson and the Clarissa Anderson and Sherry Lippiett, and they had a big presentation, and they got up there and said, yeah, we need to coordinate better. We need a place to do it. And they did that in front of you and in front of a lot of this council. So I'm not, I think that maybe, I think it's more disjointed than you think. But it's not up to me whether to make a work group. I'm just saying that this could be an opportunity, and it's something I've heard from in the past.
So responding to that, Nick, that need is a larger need. Because there, I think what you were talking about is we're talking about, in particular, OA monitoring, hypoxia monitoring, which is kind of dead center in what we do and definitely overlaps with what Natural Resources does and overlaps with a variety of academic type interests as well. And there is a need for some coordination there. That's different to me than the MPA and ASBS monitoring, where I think it's a smaller problem, and I think there are vehicles already. If Tova feels like it would be helpful, then we should absolutely help her. But I think, Nick, you're bringing up a different and a relevant discussion. It just extends well beyond MPAs.
Yeah, I think this is one small piece. I agree. Grant?
Yeah, thank you, Nick. I think this is great discussion, and I just wanted to share some comments that we hear often from MPA stakeholders here in Orange County, and that is that while our focus is on characterizing conditions of the inland streams and surface waters here, what we haven't focused on hardly at all is characterizing the impact of MS4 discharges from those streams to the near ocean environment, particularly MPAs. And actually, we've had stakeholders suggest we should model or look at existing models of those plumes, so we can better understand the relationship of the flows from those MS4 discharges that come from the creeks and other discharge points, storm drain outfalls discharging at the coast and the MPA areas. Understand better the relationship between flow and those MS4 discharges and the ecology within those MPAs. So we're hearing it from stakeholders, and so I think this is great discussion, and I'm really glad to see that we're looking at filling in some of these data gaps and coordinating much better with the Ocean Protection Council and California Marine Protected Areas. So I'm really happy to hear all this discussion.
Shelley?
Hi, thanks. I just wanted to chime in that, and sorry I wasn't able to join you this morning, but I wanted to just clarify that though MPAs have not been a focus of a lot of the water quality monitoring, we did do a regional study for the BITE 13 studies. We had a stratum for MPAs, and we compared MPA areas versus non-MPA areas, and that report was submitted to the Ocean Science Trust, and they didn't find any differences. As of 2013 as of 2013 between the MPAs and non-MPA areas, and that would be sort of probably more close to baseline data, but they did do that analysis for fish and invertebrates in Southern California.
Thanks, Shelley.
Mm-hmm.
Terry.
I just wanted to say, you know, whether or not a group is formed, I think that these questions that are raised in this little chart here are reasonable questions to ask. And so I think that, you know, we should work with these guys to figure out how to make this happen. I think some of these questions need a little bit more refining at a different level, but I think that we can be involved with this, independent of whether there's a work group or not. Oh, yeah.
Jared.
I had a couple comments from the previous remarks. To Terry's point about working somehow with this, is there a way, it sounded like since there's already a work group for marine protected areas, is there a way for council to kind of go in that direction, to be involved that way, to eliminate a redundancy? Or is there another way, you know, to achieve the participation? I'm kind of curious about that. But then a couple other questions that had come to mind. I think at the last Ocean Protection Council, they talked about some of the kelp forests in Northern California with the urchins. And I was just kind of curious, again, another background question, if that was near a marine protected area, or if there was any, you know, overlaying the marine protected area over that issue, if there's any interesting findings from that. And then also, I guess, to the issue of ocean acidification and the role that kelp play in mitigation for that. Is there any, you know, is kelp, you mentioned, Tova, earlier about kelp being one of the aspects of MPAs. Is there any kind of increased look at kelp right now in the MPAs, and what does that look like? If so, thank you.
Yeah, those are great questions. So I think what you're referring to regarding the urchin issue, so we have seen statewide a kind of explosion of purple urchins in kelp forest habitats, and that is caused by a variety of things that we don't really have time to get into, but we'll just say a variety of ecological and biological factors, and, you know, warming waters and things of that nature. So because of that, there's been an explosion of purple urchins which eat kelp, and the kelp forests have really been suffering because of the numbers of purple urchins that have gone mostly unchecked. So at the Ocean Protection Council, we have funded a study to remove urchins in a, you know, scientific way, that, you know, not just going in and removing as many urchins as we can, but to really study how urchin removal affects kelp recovery, if at all. So that study was just approved not too long ago and is underway now. We hope to receive information and data from it fairly soon, but you know, it's not available just yet. Regards to your question about how they overlap with MPAs, urchin, the, you know, increase in urchin population can be seen in MPAs as well as outside of MPAs. There's no evidence yet to say or to show that the fact that an area was designated as an MPA has any effect on the urchin population, you know, showing the same trends as it does outside of MPAs. That is very new, a very new situation in terms of, you know, data collection and seeing trend lines. So we're not able to say anything about that yet, but the urchin populations are certainly increasing in MPAs as well. And then in terms of how OA and how kelp, the role that kelp plays with ocean acidification, you know, the Ocean Protection Council is also very involved in OA monitoring, and we have several projects. To my understanding, there's a better nexus with seagrass and wetland areas and OA monitoring than necessarily with kelp, but there is some overlap there. I'm sure Steve could speak to that a little bit more knowledgeably than I. But yeah, go ahead, Steve, if you have anything to add to that.
Oh, you got it right.
Yeah.
Thanks. Shelley?
Hi, I just wanted to let Tove know, I noticed that I was tuning into the OPC meeting, and during the MPA item, kelp monitoring, there's a lot of kelp monitoring that goes on, regional studies that go on in Southern California that weren't mentioned in the report, and they're quarterly overflight surveys that have been going on since for decades. So that might be of use. It's a kelp consortium. I'm the chair of the Southern California, the Central Region Kelp Consortium. And the other thing is that urchin removal is actually a big part of some of the Palos Verdes work through Van Tuna Research Group. Dan Pondella, I think he's probably in connection with the OPC, but we have not seen, our urchins are in check, and we still are losing we lost our kelp, a lot of kelp this year, and attributed to high water temperatures. Even in with nutrients, there weren't enough nutrients for the kelp. So the kelp need more nutrients when temperatures go up. So they're not getting adequate nutrients, was the main factor in Southern California.
Yeah, absolutely. We are, well connected with the group, the multiple groups in Southern California working on the kelp issue. So yeah, there's a bit of a difference between what's going on in the Northern California and Southern California Bight in terms of kelp and in terms of urchin, but overall we're seeing this kind of a unfortunate trend throughout the whole state.
Great. Yeah, later in August, there will be a meeting for the Region 9, the southern most part of California, for their annual kelp public meeting for their kelp survey. And they'll be discussing they do some in-water surveys as well. So they'll be able to tease out urchin versus temperature issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I took note of that. Thanks.
Great, I'll send you a link if you want.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a great discussion. I guess I'm just keep on looking back at this slide here and just reading over the outcomes and the actions. And if it's just simply bringing together the BITE program, the MPA program, and the ASBS program, and sitting the leads of those three together to go over their plans in a room to identify overlaps, then that's great. But if they're creating maps and they're looking for developing documents where they're identifying overlaps and then making recommendations or suggestions for improvements on monitoring and efficiencies, that screams council to me. But it doesn't. I have no necessarily a vested interest in creating another work group that if the council doesn't see value in it, or making the council a home for that discussion to occur and potentially expand beyond into the OA, the other kind of topics we've talked about today, bringing in the MS4 pieces. Those are all bigger pieces, as Steve stated. But to me, it was just like, oh, well, this could be the beginnings of something larger. But I'm not gonna force something to happen that doesn't need to. So I'm just trying to. Thought it prudent to bring it to your attention that this was a need that was identified by another group, and they identified us, I think, for a reason. And so this is before you guys on how, if you keep in mind kind of the strategies that we've outlined in the morning, and if this fits in line with that, and if something that you guys want to help pursue and facilitate, then great. And if not, then I think that's something that should be fair to let OPC know that maybe we're not the right place to do this. So that's kind of where the discussion is at now, at least as I see it.
Well, I'd like to suggest that we don't have to have a work group to help facilitate these conversations.
Nope.
I think the conversation we're having right now is making connections that otherwise weren't being made. And so my thought is that I agree that there's an interagency coordination structure already in place for MPAs, and we're involved, we being the water boards are involved. And I think, you know, having some regular check-ins that allow us to provide these connections, input, things to think about, you know, assuming that Tova and her group think that this is useful, you know, we can function as an advisory body as well for this effort, would be my thought.
Tova, can you outline the timeline for this work plan?
Yes. So let me just see here. So yeah, the work plan is you know, set to expire. It doesn't really expire, it just kind of rolls into the next 3 years, and whatever has been accomplished is removed off of the work plan, and then whatever remains to, you know, be accomplished continues into the next work plan. But it was created in the 18-19 fiscal year, and it will continue through the 2021 fiscal year. So it's set to expire at the end of, you know, in June 21. Yeah. And then that's when we renew, you know, the items that haven't been completed. But there's no timeline for these items here, the 2.1 items. There isn't like a, you know, have this done by a certain date. It's just kind of get this done by the end of the work plan period. Mm-hmm. And then once we start working on it, then we can set internal deadlines to make things, you know, move smoothly. I do want to mention that I dropped into the chat box a link where you could find the entire leadership team work plan. And then you can see there the other project areas that the water board is directly, you know, partnering with us. It's not just here, but this particular priority is where the Water Quality Monitoring Council is called out. So that's why we're bringing this one up to you. But perhaps the Water Quality Monitoring Council will want to take a look at the entirety of the work plan, see where other water board priorities lie, and then maybe do some coordination for the whole thing. I don't know if that's out of the scope, and feel free to tell me that is, but thought it might be helpful.
I think that is helpful to kind of look at the bigger picture, because the plan is much more in depth. It's just one kind of piece, which I was trying to hit it on, but yeah, that, you know, this is the only place where the council is mentioned by name. Do you have contacts from that you guys are actively working with from the BITE program, from obviously you're the MPA, and then it's Kathy AXBS. Do you have the three elements identified here?
The only thing I know about the BITE program is Chris Began is somebody who works on it. That's the only thing I know, but I have not been connected to him yet. And you know, that it might just be a matter of Kat and I, and maybe Chris, or maybe a different person sitting down and chatting about it. But yeah, this was step one.
I would assume Steve would know who the lead of the Squirt BITE program is. It could help at least with that piece. Like, at least if we can put these three, as Karen mentioned, if we can at least put the right people together, then that's a win in my book. I like, again, I have no vested interest in creating another work group and another more work for me. But I am interested in seeing the information and seeing where it's housed and making it easily, at least pointing to it, because this is important. The maps that they're asking for outcomes and the sort of the sort of inefficiencies and overlaps and data gaps in resource leveraging is stuff that very much I think is within our wheelhouse. So I think if we can at least make sure that that's happening, and we could be a review body if you guys can put together. You say you do the first two, you get the 3 in the room, you maybe create the map, maybe not, but you get at least the monitoring plans together, identify the overlaps, then come up with recommendations for how to leverage each other, where the gaps are, and a path forward. Then the council can review and provide feedback. That's another mechanism that they are definitely have the expertise to provide without having an official work group or anything like that. So, and if you were looking for a place to house maps or link maps to that you create, we can be a venue for that too.
So Nick, I'd like to reinforce what you're saying. I think, my hesitancy was largely because we have plenty to do. I think this is something that can be achieved, as you say, by connecting the right individuals without forming a work group that has essentially a burden to you. But the activities themselves are worth doing. Thought number 2, Tova, is if you don't know who the right connection in the bike program, you and I can talk offline. I have failed to do my job if you don't know. So I will make sure that that gets fixed. So Shelley Walther is absolutely correct. We have in the bike program, in fact, specifically designed some things to be helpful to the MPA network. So we just need to make sure that you're up on that. And then the third is, I really like where you and Karen were suggesting, is that kind of as a safety net, once a year, have Tova come back and kind of talk about, how these things have evolved. And we can give feedback or make the connections, as some of them are being made right now.
And if you have key recommendations too, if that report that you come out with not only identifies overlaps, but has ways to move it forward, and that the council itself can help with, or maybe that's part of a recommendation that gets elevated to both secretaries, because it's clear as day that's kind of where they would both have vested interests in. Any other questions or comments for Tova? It's a great conversation.
Yeah, I just want to thank all of you. These are really great, a great conversation, really great ideas. And I agree that perhaps a working group is not necessary at this point. But yeah, we can get started with the connections, and I'd be happy to come back and give an update presentation every year, or more frequently as necessary. But I think that, yeah, just having this conversation today and getting it, in your minds and thoughts on it has been really helpful. And Steve, I'll connect with you offline, and we'll continue to, talk about how we can advance that forward.
Yeah, great. And if you have any questions or have trouble connecting certain dots, then feel free to reach out to me as well, and I can bring it to their attention. But I appreciate you coming out, and great presentation and great discussion. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Let's see, the next item number 6 is the Delta Science Action Agenda Plan, and we have Henry DeBay on the line here to present to us. Thanks, Henry. If you want, I will just go ahead and drive the slides, and if you want to prompt me, I will change them for you.
Great, thank you, Nick. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. So council members, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Henry DeBay, as Nick mentioned, and I'm joined by my colleague Dylan Stern, who's also online. So both of us work for the Delta Stewardship Council's science program. I don't know if any of you interacted with one of our former colleagues who's no longer with the council, unfortunately, Yumiko Henneberry. Before I get into some background, I just want to warn you that if you hear any snoring coming from my mic, it's not me, it's my dog who I'm at home with. And So apologies in advance for that. He's a big snorer. So why are we here? Dylan and I are here today to present to you, to make you aware of our effort to produce the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda for the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, which, as its name alludes to, prioritizes and aligns science actions to inform management needs in the Delta. And to find out from you if and how this council would like to engage in the process. First, if it's all right, I'd like to give you a bit more background about the council and the Science Action Agenda, and then Dylan will provide a brief presentation, which you see on the screen, on the specifics of this process. And then we'd love to open it up to questions, input, comments, just like the previous session. So in terms of background, as some of you may be aware, the Delta Stewardship Council was formed in 2010 pursuant to the Delta Reform Act of 2009 to advance the state's co-equal goals for the Delta, which include a more reliable statewide water supply and a healthy and protected ecosystem, both achieved in a manner that protects and enhances the unique characteristics of the Delta as an evolving place. So to achieve these co-equal goals, the council developed an enforceable long-term sustainable management plan, i.e. the Delta Plan, which was adopted in 2013 to ensure coordinated action at the federal, state, and local levels in the Delta. Pursuant to the Delta Reform Act and the Delta Plan and housed within the council, the science program, the Delta Science Program, is charged with providing the best possible unbiased scientific information to water and environmental management decisions in the Delta. To that end, the Science Action Agenda, which we're here to talk about today, is one of 3 touchstones, along with the Delta Science Plan and the State of Bay Delta Science, that guides our approach to science, helps to assess our state of scientific knowledge, and prioritizes and ultimately funds science efforts in the Delta. So to date, given the council's relative youth, that is the Delta Stewardship Council's relative youth, only one bona fide science action agenda has been produced. There were predecessors, but their scope was somewhat different. The current 2017 to 2021 science action agenda is being implemented as we speak. In other words, science actions identified in that document have been funded by the science program and other agencies, including California's Department of Fish and Wildlife and the US Bureau of Reclamation. And progress is being made in informing management needs and questions. So outreach and engagement for the 2022 to 2026 Science Action Agenda has already begun, given the long lead time needed to ensure that the document is developed transparently and collaboratively. And at this stage, we're talking to various collaborative groups and councils like this one to assess interests in contributing and best ways to gather and coalesce input. So many of the groups we're engaging already have the input actually that we're asking for, and we'll get to exactly what that is momentarily. And folks have this in the form of strategic plans or other reports. So for us, it's just a matter of maybe updating or adapting those existing documents. In the case of this council, and in some discussions with Nick already about this, the 2014 Increasing Efficiency and Effectiveness Through Collaboration report that was produced by the council, this council, and your recent strategic planning effort are documents and efforts that lend themselves to our effort. Now, I want to say that we recognize that the council's scope is statewide, while the Delta Stewardship Council's jurisdiction is somewhat more limited. But as probably all of you know, the Delta plays an important role in water conveyance for the state, and the oft-quoted statistic is that more than 27 million Californians rely on imported drinking water conveyed through the Delta. So with that background, and apologies for being a bit long-winded there, and before turning it over to Dylan, I'd just like to see if there are any clarifying question. So I just wanted to provide a bit of context about the Delta Stewardship Council. Hopefully that wasn't too much repetition for some of you, but are there any clarifying questions before we get into the specifics of the Science Action Agenda update process?
Just looking to see if anybody raises their hand.
And if not, that's fine. We can roll right on through.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any at this point in time, so I think it's safe to move on. And then as things come up, I think we'll feel free to ask them. Thanks, Henry.
That sounds good. Thank you. Dylan, do you want to take over?
Sounds good. Thanks for driving, Nick.
Yep.
Good afternoon to everybody. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk today about the Science Action Agenda. My name is Dylan Stern with the Delta Stewardship Council Science Program, and I'm part of the team that's updating the Science Action Agenda. The next iteration will cover 2022 to 2026. So therefore, we're starting the update process right now in order to publish it by 2022. Quail. A quick refresher on the Science Action Agenda itself. The document establishes focused, action-oriented science needs to address priority management needs. And we see the Science Action Agenda as something that identifies science topics for proposal solicitations and collaborative science initiatives. It guides funding decisions and identifies actions that will provide knowledge to update the state of the Bay Delta science. During the previous Science Action Agenda process, the former lead scientist of the science program, Cliff Dahm, noted that well-organized and forward-looking science action agendas for a region or a specific discipline can actually better advance the state of the science through a common set of priorities. So the hope is that the SAA helps build partnerships and improves coordination and can secure investments for science in the Delta. What is actually new and exciting about this Science Action Agenda this time is that we're starting with a broad list of management questions to ensure that the science actions actually inform policy and management, and that link is there. Quail. So I want to quickly clarify how we define management needs, management questions, and science actions. So management needs include the information needed to achieve policy or regulatory objectives, assess the effects of a past or future management action, and or inform a decision between multiple scenarios. Management questions target uncertainty around a given management action or topic and tend to be specific to one or more agencies. And then science actions identify the priority science efforts to generate the information or create tools that advance policy and address the physical, natural, and socioeconomic challenges of the Delta. So it's really important to make sure that we're all on the same page about definitions. Quail, please. So this shows how there's a general hierarchy from management needs down to science actions. So the previous Science Action Agenda contained 5 action areas, which means a broad grouping of science actions. So for example, number 3 from the previous iteration was develop tools and methods to support and evaluate habitat restoration. As you can see here from this hierarchy, several management questions and science actions are needed to inform the larger management needs of determining the impact of restoration on native fish. Quail. Sorry for the inside joke, but I love the symposium and I just had to steal that phrase.
No, it's good.
Here's our general timeline for the update. Right now, we are conducting initial outreach to collaborative venues, including the council here today. We are simultaneously asking for management questions and for folks to provide feedback on the screening and selection criteria for management questions and science actions. A survey is also available now on the DSP website, which there's a link in today's agenda to our website as an additional mechanism for feedback. And I also noticed that this was already distributed to everyone on the council's listserv, which is really cool. Thank you for that. I'd like to clarify that the survey is not intended to rank or prioritize management questions, but it's just a mechanism to submit any management questions that might not be captured by a collaborative venue or an existing document. We will be holding a public workshop to transparently refine the top management questions on September 29th, 2020. Beginning in the fall, winter 2021, we will turn our attention to creating a list of relevant science actions, which will involve holding another public workshop. And as I mentioned, we intend to publish the final SAA in early 2022. Quail. So the criteria itself is available on our website. Please provide feedback on these either today in discussion or before July 17th using our survey or the email address that will be provided at the end of this. So first, regarding management questions, the screening criteria will ensure that the management questions fall within the scope of the near-term needs of Delta's science management landscape. And then the selection criteria will identify the management questions that best align with the scope of the science action agenda. So actions that will address key uncertainties within and institutional gaps while promoting collaboration among agencies and organizations. And then for the science actions, the screening criteria there will ensure that considered science actions best meet the needs of the science action agenda and management needs based on feasibility, cross-agency priorities, and uncertainty or lack of progress addressing a science topic. And then the prioritization criteria will identify the science actions that are the highest priority for addressing the overall management needs based on scientific merit, impact, timeliness, and opportunity cost. Quail, please. And so that's pretty much my summary of our process. I'd like to engage you guys in some questions here. As you can see, so, how would the council like to be engaged in our update process? Do you have a list of management questions? Nick actually mentioned the strategic planning effort that's already underway, and that a lot of specific management questions are tackled at the work group level. So love to hear a discussion about that. And then the other two here are like, how many top management questions would be ideal for the Delta Science Enterprise to tackle? And if you have any feedback on the previous iteration of the science action agenda.
Thanks, Dylan. If I can just say a couple extra things. So I know that was a lot of information, but I think at a very basic level, it would be helpful to get your thoughts on question number 1. Again, it may sound like we're doing a lot, but it is actually quite targeted. And part of the screening and selection criteria is to make that targeted because there are innumerable management questions out there. So we are trying to hone it down. But I think at a very basic level, the question to the council is this something you would like to be engaged in? Do you have the bandwidth to be engaged in? We would definitely value your input and contributions to this. But of course, we recognize if there are other pressing needs.
Yeah, thanks, Henry and Dylan. Council members?
Well, I have a couple of thoughts. First off, I don't know to what degree Dylan and Henry are aware that we actually have an estuaries monitoring work group. It is not actively meeting right now, but it was focused on the Delta for obvious reasons, I think. That it has been the center of water supply and ecosystem, I'll just say, conflict for longer than most of our careers, actually. And so we have a mechanism by which we coordinate, or at least we had, I'll just say, a mechanism by which we coordinated among agencies on Delta monitoring activities and getting data out through our portal. So if you're not already aware of it, I encourage you to take a look at the portal that's out there so that we can sort of cross-pollinate. And then I would say that building on that is probably the way that we would want to engage, at least initially, with the Delta science, the science agenda, or however, the council and the science program. So that's one thought I had. And then I haven't actually looked at the portal in a long time. So my guess is there would be a list of management questions that would be useful for you as a starting point. But like our previous presentation, I think reinvigorating this conversation is really valuable for us and hopefully valuable for you all. So those are my initial thoughts.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And we had heard murmurings of this estuary working group, and that sounds like a very reasonable place to start.
Yeah, a little history on that. That was, I mean, again, it's inactive, but the portal is still being maintained. It's like Bay Delta Live is basically a mirror of Bay Delta Live. The work that 34 North did was through basically the estuary work group came together and built the portal and then disbanded. And the portal was mostly out of the DWR ecological program over out of West Sacramento. They were the leads in the effort. And then once the portal was built and funded and had some pipelines to their data, that's kind of where the work group saw itself ending. That's not to say that there aren't many manager questions throughout California regarding all estuaries, not just the Delta, which I know is beyond your scope. But that's what you're going to find there. But I can point you and help point you to some of their charter and founding documents that would probably have some overarching manager questions that might be a little bit harder to decipher if you're looking just at that portal mirror. Shelley, I see your hand up.
Yeah, there's also the wetlands, yeah, work group, and maybe if there's, since there's no estuaries work group anymore, wetlands cover estuaries, just in scientific terms. So maybe in the council terms, it could also encompass this work as well. Maybe that could be the contact for those leads could be a good match.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the wetlands. I think I might have already, but yeah, the wetlands work group is one of our more active ones. We have 3 co-chairs from there, one from SFEI, one from EPA, and Melissa Ciani and Paul Hand from the water boards, and they're active. They're meeting regularly. They're looking at rebuilding their strategic plans. So they have some key tools that they develop, as well as manager questions. You know, they've always, the no net loss or how much loss has always been a question that's been plaguing them, and very difficult to answer. So I imagine that's the top of their list, but a lot of mapping questions. I think they just signed some contract grants with the Ocean Protection Council to get some funding on some of the mapping in the Bay Delta estuaries and wetlands to kind of measure the loss of habitat due to sea level rise and otherwise. So they developed a tool set called Eco Atlas, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with or not, but that would be another group that's active, very active, that would be happy to engage with the Delta Stewardship Council as well and provide some more targeted feedback regarding manager questions in the Delta. Terry.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question about the, the questions and whether they're more resource focused or more water quality focused. In my sense, in the past, it's basically been about fish and flow and those types of things and habitat. Is that the primary focus still?
Dylan, do you want to take that? I mean, I think the goal, there will have to be, so thank you first of all for the question. There will have to be somewhat of a distilling process, but the objective is definitely not to focus just on fish and flow. Even though, admittedly, those are high profile issues, that is not those are not the only things that define the delta, and water quality is particularly important. For context, we had a conversation with Stephen McCord, if you know who that is, the chair of the Delta Tributaries Mercury Council recently. They actually just finished a strategic planning effort, and in that strategic plan that they developed, they actually identified some key questions related to water quality, and so those are being folded into the process. And obviously, we can't end up with a list of 1,000 or thousands of management questions, so there will have to be some combining and distilling. But the science action agenda has different thematic areas and you know, water issues, water quality, the different aspects relating to water will be represented. Dylan, I don't know if you had anything to add to that.
Yeah, I would just say that's helpful, Henry. I think the focus is by no means only on water quality or fissure flows. For example, the last science action agenda had science actions that specifically called out capacity to do monitoring or improve monitoring, use more cost-effective tools, things like that, and you know, focusing on synthesis and integrated modeling. So I think there's a lot of actual, if that's what you mean by resource, I hope that helps.
Yeah, and you know, I think your predecessor had talked to the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, and I don't know if that's still part of this or not.
It is, yeah.
All right.
We've been talking to Adam and Janice about this. So yeah, it's a lot of just having conversations with people, saying, you know, we're updating it, we're taking a bit of a different approach, we're trying to think about management questions first, so that the science actions really inform those management questions. And the science actions that we do identify will be funded by us and others. So there's, you know, this is not just a document to produce a document. This is a document that will hopefully, over the course of a couple of years, translate into real action. But yes, we are talking to the Delta RMP, so thank you for flagging that.
Jared. Unmute you. Go ahead.
Hi, there we go. Is it on? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Henry and Dylan, for that presentation. I just had a quick follow-up to what you'd said about the management questions being decided and then the scientific inquiries after. What was the process for reaching those management decisions? And was it like a public stakeholder process, or was it a combined effort through multiple agencies? And could you do a little description about that, please?
Yeah, so we haven't decided the management questions yet. Apologies if we were unclear about that. Those management questions we are gathering now through conversations with folks like you guys, like this council, from meetings with the DTMC, Delta RMP, IEP, many others. And then all of this will culminate, we'll have this long laundry list of management questions, proposed management questions, things that agencies, collaborative groups, councils have been struggling with. We will bring that to a workshop in September, a public workshop, to try to distill those management questions. So that's when that will be decided. After that, we will also, through a collaborative kind of transparent process, we will figure out what science actions need to be carried out to answer those management questions. The reason we're starting with management questions is comes from a recommendation out of an initiative that the council led. And it follows reason that basically, of course, science for basic science purposes is important, but particularly in this context, identifying management questions first and really linking that to making the direct link with science actions was a recommendation. So that's what we're incorporating into this process.
No, that's good. I appreciate hearing that. And I think especially with right now and some of the fiscal conditions we find ourselves, unfortunately, some of those decisions really are important to see. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Pleasure.
And I'll just add, if you were asking kind of in context about the previous iteration, that the previous iteration didn't start with management questions per se, it tackled them at the same time. And so it was sort of matching a management need and management question to the science actions. And there was only one workshop and it focused on the science actions.
Brian.
Hi, thanks. I just had kind of a quick question. I like Terry, I participate for MS4s. Well, Terry doesn't, but I do in the Delta RMP, and have worked with science program folks and UMI in the past quite a bit. But the one question I had, just process-wise, and evaluating these management questions, I know a lot of the MS4s and POTWs that I work with, they have their own management questions, and I think they contribute those to your overall effort. And what's the process for being able to incorporate, to bring people in and sort of maybe along the lines of the mission of this council, to coordinate the data collection and the management questions and that kind of thing. What's the process to evaluate individual groups' management questions and fit them in with your overall mission on the co-equal goals?
Yeah, so it's definitely not necessarily a straightforward process. And, we're definitely trying our best. I think the selection and the screening and selection criteria will be key in distilling that. And that's part of the reason why we are also soliciting feedback on the criteria, so that we're not just making the decisions on what we keep and what we don't, or what gets combined and what doesn't. People have an opportunity to influence that process as well. So that's one key area. And also, this is kind of a wait and see situation. And by that, I mean, we don't know exactly what questions we're going to get. Some questions may be carried over from the current science action agenda. I mean, we funded a number of things from the current science action agenda, but not necessarily all have been funded, or not necessarily all that, or there's some that have been funded, but the science needed has not necessarily been accomplished. So there could be some carryover. So I think that's important to note. But essentially, we'll have to consider that. I think we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah, just to follow up. So it's the lead scientist has discretion over all those that decision making at the end of the day, right? As far as like going through the process of criteria selection, it's the lead scientist who will kind of arbitrate, might not be the right word, but kind of make final decisions anyway on that approach.
So the lead scientist will definitely drive a lot of this. I mean, the lead scientist, statutorily, the lead scientist has final say on things like peer reviews, advisory panels, and the lead scientist currently, John Calloway, is very engaged in this process. And actually, John's tenure is coming to a close at the end of this month, July, and Laurel Larson has been appointed by the council as the next Delta lead scientist, and she will start in September. But yes, the lead scientist is very much plugged into this effort, and yeah.
Can I just add something really quick? Yeah, so just as far as like the POTWs and MS4's involvement, if they are involved in collaborative venues, we already have their input, and we also have the mechanism of the survey to solicit any questions that they have that are specific to them. But the kind of the idea of the science action agenda is that it's created by the Delta science community, and it's for the science community. So, you know, the science program is trying to be an independent sort of arbiter of what gets to the final science action agenda based on the needs of the community. So I think the idea is to do it in a transparent way with a workshop, and then there's very little kind of like final say by the Delta lead scientist. Like the idea is to get it done collaboratively as much as possible.
Hopefully that answers your question, but that's a good question.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Terry?
Yeah, at the risk of stating what to many of us is obvious, you know, the monitoring community, you know, had zillions of questions. And then in like the early 90s, the National Academy of Science began to frame the questions into 4 categories of questions. And, you know, they work for the Monitoring Council, and that's how we framed all of our portal designs. And they're basically these 4 questions. What's the status? What's the trends? What's causing problems? And how do we fix them? And it's been a really nice framework for us. And lots of questions fit into each of those 4 categories. So if you have a gamish of all sorts of questions, you know, maybe you might want to think about that as a framework.
That's a really good suggestion. Thank you.
I'll say too that just looking at the strategic plan that we discussed earlier in the morning session of this meeting, there are some, you know, kind of overarching objectives or goals of the council that I think maybe the action plan could kind of focus on. A lot of it is circling around communication and outreach, especially to maybe hard to reach communities. I know I've been participating with the social science task force piece of the Stewardship Council. So I think, you know, furthering those efforts would be an important thing to recognize in the action agenda, as well as some of the work that I saw yesterday by Chuck Hansen at USGS, just the overall transport of pollutants through the Delta. A lot of the work he's doing with his high speed fancy boats is really of interest, I think, to the overall kind of water quality and how certain constituents are moving through the Delta and the sources of it, whether that be mercury or temperature or total dissolved solids. Those are kind of key management questions for us, as well as, you know, maybe the bioaccumulation of those contaminants within certain fish species, which, you know, would fall into our safe to eat pieces, and as well as overlap with some of those underserved communities that are likely consuming more of the fish out of the Delta that may or may not be increasingly contaminated with pollutants from various sources throughout the Delta. And then also, and then finally, like the last one that's kind of just I don't know, just brainstorming is based on kind of our active work groups, are the proliferation of harmful algal blooms as climate change increases. How is that being measured? Is that being measured? And then if so, how and where? Because I know that would be of, you know, great interest to our harmful algal blooms network, and you leveraging the incident reporting and responding that they've already established. Probably one of the biggest things we could hang our hat on as a council is the work group, and the tools that they've created related to HABs and posting, and then again following up with, once you've identified that HABs are occurring or that contamination is happening and is being shown in these species, how to best communicate that to the community at large is going to be recreating in those locations or, you know, consuming fish in those locations. Those would be, in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, any of the council members would be really high on management questions for the council.
And sorry for not being able to join this morning for, I don't know if that session was open or not.
It was, yeah, but I can share with you the documents too that, if that would be helpful.
That would be very helpful.
Terry, you back up again, or is that just an old hand? And any work group leads that, you know, I know Becky's on here and there's other Jay's on here. If there's any other, it doesn't have to necessarily be just the council members. If the discussion's open, if you all have input for the Delta Stewardship Council.
Nick, if you could take my hand down, that would be great. I don't know how to take it down. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing people jumping up, but I will definitely follow up and send you the strategic plan that, as it sits today, that we as a council agreed upon at the content that we are after moving forward, and then maybe give you some key work group contacts to work with for more targeted and specific discussions. I know that the wetland work group is having a meeting coming up in, I want to say August, and that would be maybe an interesting thing to discuss with them and share with them the criteria and the framework that you guys are working with developing manager questions. I think they'd find that pretty interesting, and I think that I like the approach. I think the approach is right on with how you would design a monitoring program or a science action. Is first vet the manager question and design the program around the question, and then review to make sure that the monitoring and the results are actually answering the question you're after. So I applaud the effort, and we'll follow up. So.
Well, and I'd like to offer up, there's been, I've worked in Delta stuff for a long time, like most of my career, and recently not so much. But, you both are new faces to me. I know Cliff Dahm. I didn't interact so much with the current science lead, and only just learned that there's a new science lead coming on board. So I'd like to offer up a briefing for you guys and any of your management on what the council is up to kind of educate the new blood that's in the Delta Council, so we can explore sort of more directly some ideas about how to best coordinate too. So work at it both from the working group level as well as the council level. I'd be happy to do that.
Thanks, Karen. No, that sounds great. And there are a lot of new faces. There has been a bit of turnover at the council. So that would be very useful. I'm actually quite new myself. I started April 1st. And
oh, just in time to telework.
Yeah, it's been all virtual, which has been interesting. But Dylan has a lot more experience than me. He's been with the council for 5 years now. But I think we would, and others in the science program in the council, I think would benefit from this kind of briefing to make connections on the science action agenda, but more broadly. So thank you.
That'd be great. Yeah, Nick and I'll follow up with you.
Sounds good. So it sounds like
great.
It sounds like our next steps are to check out the portal, to take a look at the strategic plan, to coordinate with the wetland work group, to maybe flesh out some of these management questions. And then of course we'll have a briefing from Karen, which would be great. I'd encourage you all, if you have time, to take the survey that's on our website. And if you go to that link that's up on the screen, you can access the survey. Your input would be very helpful. The other thing I wanted to ask is what the best way is to circle back with the council on this, if we are able to advance some management questions through Nick. Okay, that sounds good. We are running into a bit of a timing crunch from our end. We have this management questions workshop at the end of September. But I think if we can discuss some management questions with the WET working group, we should be able to make it in time for the workshop. But I just want to make sure to keep the council in the loop on these discussions as appropriate and as needed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not going to limit it to the wetland work group. That they'll definitely be happy. I think that's just the one I know that has a meeting coming up and would very much be engaged with this topic most directly. But Jay Davis was in the comment. He would be really interested in coordinating. His mic's just not working, so he's chatting in there, as well as the CC Hab chairs. They're obviously broad in scope. They don't care where the HABs are. They just want to know where they are and when they're occurring. But they could definitely, I think, help support with some of the, just to at least highlight the HAB portal and the tools that they have available there, and have those maybe included within the action agenda. So if HABs, which seem to be increasingly important, I've seeing news reports, seeing it, coming out of the white building behind me, like you'll see, I think that pointing towards the tools that we have available and created through the CCF work group would be a good thing, and a way to enhance, just take advantage of it if that's a management question that kind of boils the top for the Stewardship Council. So there's opportunity. I think that you'll get a good response.
Great. Well, thank you again for the opportunity to talk to you about this, and for your support. Yeah, we'll be in touch. And thank you for all of the comments in the chat box with ideas on other things to check out or conversations to have offline, excuse me. That would be great.
Awesome. Well, thanks, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And last but certainly not least is we have an update from Dr. Steve Weisberg on the Ocean Acidification Task Force. Do you want to drive, Steve, or do you want me to just switch forward?
You can do the quail.
Okay.
So I was asked to talk about an effort from the Ocean Protection Council's Ocean Acidification and Hypoxia Task Force to help the Ocean Protection Council look for gaps in their OA monitoring network. The background for this is that acidification is a top priority for the Ocean Protection Council. If you've looked at their strategic plan they adopted earlier this year, it's dead center. They also have, as illustrated there, or actually illustrated on a future slide, Ocean Acidification Action Plan. A key part of that action plan is monitoring. Monitoring, they recognize, informs their actions, informs actually all the questions that Terry was just talking about. How bad is it? Is it getting worse? What are the causes? And then how effective are the management actions that they take? And they've been looking for ways to bolster that monitoring capacity. The first thing they did is they had their staff put together an inventory of all of the OA monitoring and even most of the biological monitoring that was related to OA in an inventory, and that inventory is online. What they then did is they went to the task force and said, can you please conduct a gaps analysis to tell us where are the best investments we could make to improve the monitoring network? So next slide. This is the task force. It is 8 scientists, 2 who are members of the Ocean Protection Council Science Advisory Team. On purpose, so there's a connection between this task force, which is a subset of the Science Advisory Team, 4 who are from within California, and then 4 from outside of California, bringing in some outside expertise. Next slide. So when we started on the path of looking at a gaps analysis, first thing we talked about is what do we mean by gaps analysis? And the initial charge to us really focused a lot more on spatial gaps. I think the thought was, well, look at kind of what you have and kind of look at the geography going up and down the coast and see where we have the biggest gaps. And we as a task force immediately said, well, no, you want to look at it a lot more than that. Even within the spatial, most of the problems we have aren't at the level of up and down the coast, they're at the level of shallow versus deep, because there are very different processes that happen there, or offshore, near shore, with much more of the monitoring being farther offshore and most of the management actions being closer to shore. But there's also temporal gaps. Are you measuring frequently enough? Parameter gaps. Are you measuring the right things? Data quality gaps. Are you measuring them well? And then data availability gaps. Are the data accessible? So those are the kind of things that we looked at. Biggest picture, I will tell you, is that the data quality gaps, we didn't find all that many. The people who are doing this monitoring tend to do very well at what they do. We originally went in with the mindset of maybe we need some sort of intercalibration exercise. No, they're actually doing pretty well. The biggest places we found were in the parameter gaps, and I'll talk about that. But one of the things I think that will be most relevant to us are data availability gaps, because that may be the opportunity, Nick, that you were referring to earlier. So next slide. So with all those possible types of gaps, how do you prioritize them? Being the great scientists that we are, we have the scientist mentality of we can find holes in anything. And if you give us enough money and enough time, we'll give you a list of 1,000 things which you can't possibly afford or can't possibly do. So how do we prioritize them in a way that helps them identify what's most important? And the thought process we had is, let's do it around management needs. So what we did is we went to the action plan, which there is the picture for, and said, what are the decisions that are most dependent upon monitoring data? Next part we did is we said, okay, so how well does this existing inventory allow us to answer those questions? And then the third is, and what are the types of investments that would lead to improvement, and how much improvement do they need? You may have a big gap over here, another gap over there. But this one is very expensive to do. This one is a little bit easier to do. So we put that. We also look for opportunities to fill gaps by leveraging existing programs, because it's prohibitively expensive to start things from the new. We also recognize the Ocean Protection Council has essentially one-time type funding to fill these gaps. And so we try to look for opportunities for things they could invest in that have a life on their own that can be leveraged into the longer term if they make a short-term investment. The OPC is not set up to do long-term monitoring. Next slide. So we ended up with 3 recommendations. The first is better connect the chemical and biological monitoring. The recognition was that if you look at the action plan, if you look at how the management agencies act, it's really to protect biology. And if you take a look at how much of the monitoring was being done around biology, a very small fraction. Moreover, the biology programs and the chemistry, ocean chemistry, OA chemistry or carbon chemistry programs are not well linked. They're done separately. Different groups doing different things at different times in different places. And if you really want to interpret the biology, you really want to be doing it kind of side by side. Moreover, if you're trying to work, and one of the things that's in the action plan is to develop ocean acidification criteria. It's your goal, it's what's the threshold you're trying to get to as you manage. If you go to put in investments in improving the circumstance, where do you want to get to? Or what are the areas, what are the numbers you don't want to decline to? You can do some of that by laboratory experimentation that allows you to manipulate and kind of see where the organisms respond. But you really want the field work to be able to verify that that is in fact the operational answer. So again, you need co-located chemistry and biology. Moreover, you want them co-located in regional programs, because what you really want is on the x-axis is you want the acidification condition, and on the y-axis you want the biological response. In order for that to be a good graphic, you don't want to go back to one spot and have a very limited x-axis. You want to go to a wide range of spots that have a lot of exposure differences. Next slide. We identified that there are 2 ways that you can achieve this. The first is to incorporate biological measurements into the regional chemistry programs. The other is you can take some of the OA monitoring and incorporate it into the biological programs. And we recommended both. There are a number of very good long-term fisheries records that if you just added some OA measurements to them, you'd get a lot of additional information. The downside of those, though, is that they tend to be fisheries program. You're looking at not necessarily the most sensitive endpoints. You're looking at essentially how whole populations respond, not how the physiological response of individuals. And so you really, because you want to get after some of those early warning indicators, our primary recommendation was to incorporate OA measurements, biological measurements into the OA programs. And we identified that there are a number of programs that are tinkering right now with biological measurements. So if you go to the next slide, and we identified 5 in particular that are essentially long-term, stable OA monitoring programs that are tinkering with biology related to OA, but not all measuring the same thing. And so the recommendation was get those programs working together, invest for a 2-year period in some cross collaboration between those groups to kind of standardize what are the biological measurements. With the idea that these programs have wanted to add biology, this just gives them an opportunity to kind of flesh out those and coordinate them so that they're all doing the same thing. Because if you look at them, they really hit different geographies. The first 2 are basically offshore programs. The Square Bite Regional Monitoring Program is basically a nearshore program. So you get kind of the cross shelf by doing both of those. The Access program is a more Northern California program that goes from offshore to onshore. And then the NOAA West Coast Ocean Acidification cruises go up and down the coast. So you get that. So if you get all those programs all doing the same thing, you'll be golden. And the programs have expressed willingness to coordinate their efforts. Next slide. Recommendation number 2. If you look at the action plan, you'll realize that even most of the decisions that are going to be made from management perspective involve modeling. And if you want to do modeling well, you better have some good calibration data sets and some good validation data sets. So far, the modeling work that has been done has been focused on nutrient reduction type of modeling, and focused in areas that there's a fair amount of data with which to do validation. There is a working committee that had gone through and kind of helped with what the validation should be. When that committee was asked what additional data is necessary, they didn't have a long list. In contrast, though, we recognize as a task force, this model is going to get used for a lot more things. So for instance, somebody brought up seagrasses before and started talking about kelp beds and seagrasses as a potential mitigation measure for acidification. As you do that, you're now moving closer to shore. As you move closer to shore, then all of a sudden the kinds of data that you would need might change. So we did not have a very specific recommendation here because it's really as the models evolve, you want to make sure that you're investing in the monitoring that goes with them. But at the present time, we weren't able to say the model is going to evolve in exactly this direction. So it was really more pay attention to this because it is so tightly tied to the management endpoint. Recommendation 3 is the next one, if you would. And this one basically says, shore up your ocean chemistry programs. You got a bunch, they're all doing it well, but you have 2 or 3 problems. Problem number 1 is that some of them have uncertain financial futures. In particular, Cal Coffee has been doing ocean acidification monitoring for a while, but it's not part of their core program. It's all been the individual researchers getting additional funding to do it. This is something we're telling the OPC, they don't even necessarily have to fund it. They just need to let the people who are running that program know how critical their information is and how much they value it so that they don't let it become soft. The second thing is there are some unevenness. Of course, the state does have more. In Southern California, we have high population density, lots of groups to monitor. We recommended that there are a couple of programs could easily be enhanced. In specific, we identified some moorings, we identified some glider surveys that are being done in the north, that all you need to do is add a sensor or 2, and you'll really upgrade those programs. And that's, again, very fitting with the kind of thing that the OPC is set for. paying for a one-time thing to upgrade equipment, as long as that equipment is going to be maintained by other programs. So we identified a few of those. The third one, which you see there, is enhancing data availability. It's impressive how many different groups doing things different in terms of data management, even in mandates in terms of data management. You have some that are out of academic institutions, you have some that are out of discharger monitoring programs, you have some out of regional programs, you have, well, just a variety. And the structuring of those data sets is all over the map. So there's so if you want to answer the kind of core questions, you need to do a lot of work. Everybody wants to share, there's just nobody really set up at the present time to integrate all that stuff. So that was our third recommendation. Next slide. There is a tight link between monitoring and research. And in our deliberations, we identified a number of monitoring things that would be helpful for essentially enhancing the value of the monitoring program or even improving the monitoring program itself. And so the OPC asked us to keep track of those. We came up with 3. The first one is develop a roadmap for understanding the socioeconomic costs of OA. When we looked at it from a parameter gap, we said, eventually you will need to be making a decision on things that have a very high socioeconomic cost. The fixes to OA are expensive, as are the costs of some of the eventual effects, at least on the trajectory we presently are. You're going to need to tie all this together, and you're going to want a socioeconomic monitoring program that allows you to assess these. But we held off on making a recommendation regarding the need for socioeconomic monitoring because it's such in its infancy that it wasn't clear how the OPC should proceed. It is absolutely starting a program from scratch, and really it is even a need for doing some research on how to do the socioeconomic monitoring. So that's our first recommendation. The second is key species sensitivity and capacity for adaptation. Again, if you're going to do the ocean chemistry and biology together, then you really want the laboratory experiments that will help you interpret those. Those need to go together because, again, the goal the state has defined is to have acidification criteria. You'll need the combination of the two. The third thing that we recommended from a research perspective is most of the work that is already being done is looking at species effects and tending to look at effects on the species themselves. One of the things that there's really an absence of is looking at the effects of acidification on the ecosystem, on food webs. In particular, there's not a lot that's really looking at the lower parts of the trophic level and how the effects on, say, species composition of algae would manifest itself into the upper trophic levels as you get some species shifts. And so, again, you might look at that as a monitoring program. We looked at it as a research program because at this point, we're not even sure what should be monitored. So do some research to figure out how you can make those kinds of connections. With that, I think that's my last slide, Nick. I think last one is just opportunity for questions. And I'll have no problem if we finish early today, so.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Let's see, a couple more. Let's see. Terry.
Yeah, you can hear me, right? Excellent.
Yes.
So, Steve, you know, good presentation. This is kind of, well, I'll just ask the question. So EPA has funded a couple of OA moorings for the Santa Monica Bay and for San Francisco Bay. I think you were instrumental in the Santa Monica Bay. I think SFEI was instrumental in the placement of the one in San Francisco Bay. But are those two sensors tied to the network that you've been working with? Or is that just something that's sitting off on its own?
So when you say network that we've been working with, I think that's the problem. There isn't really a network that we've been working with. I think that it's a whole bunch of individual programs. That's an example of an individual program. You have individual researchers at academic institutions who have other kinds of moorings. Your mooring, as I remember, is basically off of a pier, so it's very much inshore. Theirs tend to be a little bit more offshore, but they're all one-offs. So they're really lacking a network that pulls all the data sets together. The thing that works to our advantage is a task force. We did look at the two that EPA is funding, and we said they're being done well. So it's not like we have a problem with the data. It doesn't merge well. There's just not a merger process in mind yet.
So Steve, I thought 6 years ago, I'm making up the time, that you had helped establish a network of researchers and aquaria that were sampling.
Right. So that was a group called CCAN, California Coastal Acidification Network. CCAN still exists, but it's a little bit on life support. That was a group that had two goals. One, it was bringing together the essentially industry, the aquaculture, the shellfish industry with scientists. And the other thing it was doing, it served as the initial forum for scientists to coordinate their research and define the quality needs and the approaches to do that. It absolutely served that purpose. Over time, it has, I don't want to say gone away because it still exists, but any funding that it had has declined. It has only a small amount of funding right now. And what happened is the oozes came on board and started to own that space a little bit more. And if you go to the Pacific Northwest, NANUS has stepped in and really has done a good job of pulling all those data sets together. The California oozes are considering whether they should be doing that, but they are not yet doing that. So there's an empty niche. They might be the appropriate group to fill that niche, but there are also other groups that could be that niche filler too.
Thank you.
Shelley?
Hi, let me get my camera back on. Hi, thanks for your presentation, Steve. I had a bunch of questions. Under one of your slides, you mentioned that the OPC is heavily invested in the model. I was wondering if you could expand on that, how heavily they're invested, and how that works out in terms of what external validation has been done with the model, if you could expand on that too.
Okay, so that's now a somewhat separate from this presentation, but I'm glad to do that. So when you say invested, they are invested in two ways. They're invested in helping to finance the development of the model. So they have provided funding in the past, and in their most recent meeting, which was 2 weeks ago, they provided some additional funding to help move the model forward. And when I say the model, obviously you're most familiar with the work on the nutrient side of it. They've also been providing money to help build out some of the other trophic level response kinds of things. So that's one level of investment, but I think the bigger investment is really, if you look at their management decisions that they're planning to make them relying upon the model. So I'll give you 3 examples of those kinds of decisions. Decision number 1, the one that you are obviously familiar with, is how much do nutrient additions, anthropogenic nutrient additions from runoff, from atmospheric, from wastewater treatment outfalls lead to changes in both hypoxia and acidification. The second one, actually it's really the first one from their perspective, is identifying what are the areas that are most vulnerable to change. So independent of any anthropogenic change, the area, because of other forcing functions, other circulation patterns, you're not going to see the same level of change in acidification in all areas. And so what they want to know is, what are the areas going to change the most? What are going to change the least? In fact, even one of the discussions that has been had in a very informal way is, how well do the MPA monitoring, or not monitoring, how does the MPA network capture the areas that are going to change the most and areas that are going to change the least? Because at a management level, you may want both. You may want a place that changes the least, so you essentially hold on to the genetics of the critters, or hold on to the critters themselves that are vulnerable. You may also want some areas that change the most, because those are the areas that you can really monitor to see how things are going to change into the future, or how things adapt to the circumstances. So that's a second type of decision. Third type of decision is that they're looking at a variety of mitigation measures. So we mentioned earlier today seagrasses and kelp. They're looking at, they've got projects that they've been funding to look at how much does that change local acidification conditions. Well, if in fact that does change acidification conditions, then you need to figure out how much and where do I place, let's say it's kelp, where do I place those kinds of things to have the maximum benefit? The modeling would be an exact need to achieve that.
So I'm glad you brought up kelp. So the recent reports that we've seen in Southern California are that there were, with the temperatures going up, the kelp, we've lost a lot of kelp, and it's attributed to lack of nutrients. So how does that balance the, if we're trying to use kelp to mitigate nutrients from anthropogenic sources versus kelp needing more nutrients as temperature goes up? How does that, is there something in the monitoring or the model that can tease that out, that maybe we're another gap that we need to look at, kelp nutrient needs?
Right, so I would suggest to you that's a fun conversation, but it's now getting a little bit further off of the OA monitoring network. You're asking a question about what are some of the things that kelp respond to, and how important are the nutrients, and then how could the model be potentially used? I suggest maybe you and I, that's a good conversation. We probably should maybe hold that one off. Let's finish the thing about the monitoring network first.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the monitoring gaps include things like that may be, part of it, that the kelp, and also considerations about the uncertainty analysis of the model and how those feed into the state's model interpretation.
Right, so that's exactly right. That's exactly what the task force recognized, is that the model, you need good data with which to validate, and as you say, conduct uncertainty analysis, so you understand, as you said, the sensitivity of the response. If you say it's going to change by this, how confident are you going to be that it's going to truly change by this? So if I add kelp and the model uncertainty is 0.1 pH units of change, and the kelp only gives you 0.1 pH unit of change, you don't have a lot of confidence that doing that action is warranted. You really want the model prediction to be larger than the uncertainty in the model, and you need to be able to quantify that. That is exactly recommendation number 2.
Right. We also need to be able to tease out the sources of the anthropogenic inputs, whether it's atmospheric CO2 or riverine nutrients or POTW nutrients. And so far, we haven't seen that output from the model. I think that would be an important part of the mitigation decisions, is where, what levels are attributed to what source.
Okay, so that again moves away from the monitoring network and a little bit more towards modeling outputs and those kind of things.
But maybe it's not known, and so you would need to address that in the monitoring network, and then feed that back into the decision.
Okay, I guess I would leave that one, Shelley, as that's going to fall under the general comment of recommendation of number 2.
Right.
I'm not sure I would buy into that being a specific need, but if it were, what we recommended is that the OPC bring in a bunch of experts on the model and the model application to look at the validation and sensitivity analysis and see whether there's any additional data needs. So without you and I kind of getting into the nuances and the details of that, I would suggest that the report is consistent with what you're asking for.
Well, I mean, the model is part of your presentation today. And the other thing that you mentioned was the work that's being done by the OPC in Northern California for the Bay Area and Monterey, and the comparisons that they're making there with another model. So wondering if that's useful there, with your connections to the OPC, is it, you know, why aren't they considering doing that, or are they considering doing that in Southern California as well with the ROMS numero model?
I guess I'm confused what your question is.
You mentioned that the OPC is also funding the work in Northern California that's looking at another model.
No, the work I was referring to under recommendation 3 is specifically for OA measurements up even further north than San Francisco Bay.
Okay. I'm just wondering how that other model will figure into the monitoring network and the, you know.
Right, so there's a model that's being done by SFEI for San Francisco Bay. I don't believe the OPC is paying for any of that. And it certainly wasn't, our group only looked at ocean monitoring. We were not asked to look at embankment monitoring.
Can I just jump in here?
Uh-huh.
So I understand that the ROMS-Beck model will be extended to the area between Monterey and San Francisco, just north of San Francisco. So that's going to happen in the next 2 or 3 or 4 years. The San Francisco Bay, the internal piece, they're developing a model to look at dynamics within the bay, and that will be an input to the ROMS-Beck model.
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to sort out that mess.
And that's separate from the ROMS numero model that's being done
the one
in Northern California.
In San Francisco Bay is different.
Yeah. Yeah, ROMS numero is another biogeochemical model that has a lot of different inputs than the ROMS-Beck. And if it's being used up north, it would be useful to see those comparisons to help inform the monitoring and management decisions. That's one of those other conversations we could have.
Other questions?
Jared.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Steve. Good to see you again, and always appreciate the chance to dialogue with you. I wanted to ask, do my best Steve Weisberg impression and ask rapid fire 3 questions, because you always do things in clusters. And you know, some of these just answer as best as you can. But the first one was just about aerial deposition. You kind of mentioned that at the beginning, and I'm curious, how can you monitor for that, and how do you incorporate that into things? The second question was about the socioeconomic modeling, and I was very interested in that. Just curious. I know you said it's kind of at a beginning stage, but I'd be interested to hear more about that. And then the third thing, maybe kind of like a little star for bonus points, because we have you here. I think you're planning to use the ROMS-Beck model for some of the new microplastics research. And I was curious how you fit or adapt that to this. And again, as much as you can explain on these, but those were my 3 questions, and I appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I want to make sure I get all 3. So the last one is ROMS-Beck for plastics. Second one was atmospheric. First one, I'm sorry, I lost it, Jared.
Socioeconomic modeling that you have begun doing for this.
Okay. So let me start with the first. I think your first one was atmospheric. That one I think is straightforward. So the way that you do atmospheric monitoring is essentially deposition chambers. there are essentially surfaces where essentially material falls down onto the surface. That is done. There are dry deposition surfaces that you can use, and there are wet deposition containers that you use. When you do the wet one, it's basically a device that has a cover that when it rains, the cover opens, material goes in. When it stops raining, the cover goes down, so you can separate the dry from the wet. Usually the dry and wet are augmented by a model. There's a lot of models that are done by the Air Board because what you find in one particular location, it gets very different based upon kind of whether you're close to the mountains or whether you're close to the ocean. So those are the principal ways those kinds of things are done. Some of that has been done in Southern California already. It did not come up as a high priority for the task force because when we looked at the numbers, the amount of nutrients that come in from that source relative to other sources, it wasn't that large. And since we already had a number, and again, thinking about it from a sensitivity analysis perspective, what happened if that number were twice, it wouldn't have that much difference. I'll tell you what, maybe I'll stop there, Jared, just make sure I got that one done correctly first.
No, that's good. I appreciate hearing about how you monitor for it, and it's good to hear that. Thank you for that part.
The second thing is socioeconomic. This is one where I'm a little bit not knowledgeable enough myself. On the task force, we had other people who specialize in this kind of thing, and they focused on it. So I have some knowledge. I'll go as far as I can go. When you look at socioeconomics, there are so many different ways that you can look at socioeconomics. And you know, some of it is essentially purely economics. What happens if a fishery crashes? What happens if a town that relies upon a certain type of industry no longer relies upon it? What if you have new industries that start to develop? Let's say the state decides to go to a kelp system and really encourage kelp aquaculture as a way of doing it. How does that affect communities? Then you've got the things that happen at the level of the individual. What happens to individuals? And how many individuals? Then you have the thing about the economy as a whole. Those are all different aspects. And right now, we couldn't figure out really even where to start the monitoring, even defining the questions and how the state would use the information. So the thought was to start getting a few of these kind of things on a very small scale to kind of determine how well you can do them, and then provide that kind of information to people to see how they might decide to use it. Once you have a better idea of what you can do and a better idea of how it might be used, you know, how it fits into a decision process, then that would allow you to go forward and figure out how to actually develop an ongoing monitoring program for socioeconomics. So you've just reached the level of my understanding.
That's good. That's good.
Okay. Microplastics, that's easier for me. That is getting a little off topic again, but it's a short and easy one. In essence, when you have the ROMS-Beck model, in essence, what you have is a coupled physical biogeochemical model. The ROMS is essentially the physical part. The Beck is how do nutrients turn into algae and how do they grow or how do they degrade. The ROMS model, though, is a very good physical oceanographic model. And in Southern California, it has been built out at the level of essentially 300 by 300 meter by 300, well, generally by 300 meter blocks. And so you have the ability to kind of track the movement. What the work that we are doing, and it's actually being led by some folks at UC Riverside that we are working with, essentially what you're doing is you're putting in particles in the model of different densities because not all plastics are the same, either because of their shape or because of their native material. Polyethylene and polystyrene have different essentially densities and would cause them to move differently in the water column. What the model will do is it would say, as we add these different types of plastics, and there's a part of that project that is quantifying the types of plastics that are coming out of the stormwater systems, where do they end up? If they are things that are going to eventually fall out, do they fall out locally? Do they stay with all of the energy in a sense of that plume? Do they stay suspended in the water column, even if they are denser than water? What percentage of them float to the surface? Another part of that project also involves, over time, these things will foul. And so they may have a density at time A and a different density at time B as you add fouling material that cause it to be heavier. So those are the kind of things that the UC Riverside folks are going to be doing to help figure out what you essentially plug into the model. The goal is ultimately to see, as you take a river system, where does the material from it end up? Does that answer your question on that one, Jack?
It sure does, Steve. And I appreciate you engaging some pedestrian scientific questions here, but it's always great to hear your perspective on this. Thank you.
Back to Shelley.
Thanks, Nick. And I appreciate that too, Steve, just fielding the questions. There was one more thing that came to mind when you're in terms of identifying monitoring gaps and forming this monitoring network. We've been, depending on how you want to look at it, fortunate because we have a long time to respond to it, or unfortunate because of the effects it's had. But the blooms that occurred this past year, spring in Southern California, they were very extensive on a spatial scale, on a temporal scale, and the impacts that they had. And it was massive fish kills all up and down the coast, and it was traced back to rain events, and and it was timed with the peak of upwelling, and then it continued on with and I think they identified dinoflagellates were the major cause of the fish kills. Does ROMS-BEC would it be able to detect that kind of big pulse? And if not, would it be able to, is there something like that that could be built in to the model, additional species that could be added?
Okay, so I'll give you an answer, Nick. I'm going to say with all these, there's more questions on the modeling than there are on the monitoring. So maybe we need a presentation in the future on the modeling, because obviously the two are intertwined.
Yeah, they are. That's right. They are intertwined. And if we need to have more monitoring efforts to be able to capture these strong events to feed back into validating the model, that kind of thing, that would be the thing. And just knowing what kinds of things are out there that should be incorporated into the model from existing monitoring data.
Okay, well, again, I'm going to go back to, I think today was on the monitoring gaps, and there is something generic that says you want to have monitoring that ties to the modeling. I think there's a whole set of discussions here. There seems to be an interest in a whole set of discussions around the modeling. We should probably have a presentation on the modeling, and the people who are in the best position to answer those questions could maybe do so. But I think I can give you an answer. I want to give you two answers, Shelley. The first is you bring up the thing that I think was actually among the hardest thing for the task force is, again, it was actually called not the OA task force, but the OAH task force. And we struggled with, okay, how much do we put on the H? And of course, if you're going to put on the H, how much do you then get into algae and other kinds of things from a monitoring network perspective? What we eventually concluded, correctly or not, is that our charge was really around acidification monitoring and other things that affect acidification. And so things that you're asking about now, like the algal, developing an algal monitoring program to go with it, we chose not to focus on. We felt like that's an important corollary. We need to recognize that when you're doing OAH monitoring, you really want to be measuring hypoxia, oxygen, temperature as part of that network. But some of the more causal things that you're talking about, particularly for algal blooms, we didn't go as far. And that is really a whole nother interesting niche.
It's not just the hypoxia though, it's also the OA part, because the blooms are dying and causing CO2, forming CO2, which is acidifying the waters.
Right.
So it would be really interesting just to see how much during these big events.
Right. So again, the thought process was exactly that, is that we were torn for exactly the reason that you're saying. But we felt like there were some other things that were just bigger than that. So we didn't develop a recommendation in that area, but we could have easily have done that. Your question about the Romsbeck model and whether it can be used, the answer is absolutely yes. So those are some of the next evolutions of the model. And there are some work that are being done right now. There was some funding that was gathered by Clarissa Anderson jointly with UCLA, with University of Washington, with SWIRP, to do exactly the extension you're talking about. And those are exactly the things that the task force, when they're talking about modeling its recommendation too, said those are the kinds of extensions of the model that you really want to make sure that you're setting yourself up to collect those kinds of data. So in a very roundabout way, I essentially was validating what you were saying. It's embedded in a sense in recommendation too, that those are the kinds of extensions that you need to be considering. Even Jared, going back to the microplastics, again, when we built the model, we built it for areas that aren't right up close to the shore, that really don't go all the way back into the estuaries where the stuff rolls out of. As you start to move the modeling more towards and into the estuaries, that's where you're going to need even more in the way of validation data or even calibration data.
Thank you.
So Nick, I'm not seeing any other questions. Maybe I want to throw a question back at the group because this goes directly to what you were asking about before. When this group met in person last in Southern California, we did have several programs that were doing OA related monitoring get together. It was specifically, I think you called it out before, the two IUS programs in California, the MPA monitoring network, and the BITE regional program, all doing OA monitoring. And the question was, how can we synchronize those things? And the thing that we said back then is, right now we're not even synchronizing the data. And that would be the easiest of the bunch. The measurements themselves, as it turns out, are similar enough in quality that we don't have a big impediment to joining data sets. That's exactly what came out of this report in spades, because we looked beyond just those programs. We looked across all programs and found very little in the way of coordination of data sets. That would seem to me to be the kind of thing that the council could take on as an activity. It's a little outside of the comfort zone in the sense it starts to move further offshore. It includes a lot of waters that aren't even state waters. But on the other hand, it is absolutely one of the recommendations. I don't know if there's anybody still on from the OPC, but the OPC staff seemed very interested in making that happen. I don't know what the role of the council should be, whether it's something the OPC would just take on themselves because it's truly ocean activity, or whether it's an activity that we should take on. But following up on one of the recommendations that came out of the task force, that would seem like one that would be relevant.
Yeah, I agree, Steve. Not seeing any immediate reaction.
Nobody wants to answer that question, huh?
Yeah, and I think you're right. And to me, if we had a better trove of resources related to the data science kind of skill set, I would say, yeah, no doubt that this could be something the council addressed. But what pops into my mind first was, providing maybe the report that you have, and just created the task force and passing it to something like the Water Data Consortium through AB 1755 that's supposed to be, now that they have a CEO and Kelly Moran, developing a technical data science kind of innovation hub, that they're looking for use cases where maybe something like this, where the data sets are there, it probably for them is low hanging fruit. And then once they have those data sets integrating, we could maybe take that data and try to say something about it, or turn it into information in some form or another, or at least make that connection. Because I think that they have the resources, both from private and somewhat the public arenas, for the data scientists that can actually do that kind of work.
Well, that might be the right answer, Nick, because I think when we talked about these kind of things before, we recognized that there's almost like three different pieces to the equation. The first is, how do you collect the measurements to make sure that you're doing them well and doing them synonymously enough that you can put them together or want to put them together? That clearly is the thing that we could do very well. The second piece would be, how do you put them together? As you say, data science, which in this particular case is probably less a technical challenge and more of a person power challenge. And then the third piece is, how do you interpret all that? How do you develop the thresholds or the critical values that you would then use to display the data? And maybe that's the kind of thing we've talked about as being a shared thing between us and the 1755 folks, because they're strong in the data display. We'll be stronger in the threshold interpretation. So maybe it is worth having a conversation with them to see how they'd like to attack this.
Yeah, I can certainly facilitate that connection. Any other council member ideas? Okay, well, thanks, Steve. It was a great presentation, obviously of great interest. So yeah, I think maybe modeling will be discussed in the future, but this was a really cool update. So thank you. Lastly, it just really is we're ahead of schedule, which is fine. But the last item is really just a discussion on what we want to talk about at September 24th, our next meeting. I'm going to just go ahead and go out on a limb and assume it's going to be a similar format. I have outlined a few. Just a couple. The first two were just ones that I had kind of previously identified. The third one came up this morning, so I added that. Any others that people, council members or other people on the call would like to hear about at the September 24th meeting?
Nick, I'd like to add to your first item the agency secretary briefing plan.
Okay.
As a discussion component. It's related, but so it's not a different item, just making sure that we have that included.
Okay. Any others? You just want to leave. Sure.
Yeah, this is Jared. I thought we mentioned Steve's maybe doing that ocean item. I don't know if we'd want to add that on there for September, but I thought that'd be interesting.
That's up to Steve. Steve, are you willing to talk modeling?
He's on mute.
You're muted, Steve. Hold on. Where are you? Where do you go?
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What I was saying is that probably wouldn't be me, but I'd be glad to get the right person to do it. And I think the timing of that would actually be wonderful. I think that the modeling efforts are moving along. There's kind of a transition from you build the model to you validate the model to you essentially use it for scenario assessments. We're definitely past the first stage. We're largely, but not entirely, through the second stage, and we're starting to move into the third stage. So all the questions that Shelley was asking about, do we have the right data sets to validate the model? How do we incorporate other monitoring aspects? Again, trying to keep it relevant to this committee. How do we incorporate other the monitoring aspects that are done for HABs or for other kinds of things. The model serves as an integrative tool of all of that work. So as we're moving from this stage of validation into application, seems like the perfect time to have that discussion.
Thank you.
I'd like to have an item, and I don't know if it's connected with the MOU and charter or what, but let's talk about actions. What are we going to prioritize? What is our plan for the next year or 2 years that we're going to do?
Any others? I'm seeing Jared come up again.
I had another one, and I was thinking about it. It's maybe more of the strategic planning subgroup type of conversation. But I think there's a 2010 document that kind of was like maybe a report, a pretty large, substantial report. But I keep thinking that would be a really interesting or good tool to work with or figure out how to update. And I think we're at 2020. You know, it's been like 10 years, and I think it maybe even had a 10-year check-in built into it. But you know, in terms of the conversation of the MOU and the charter discussion, and I guess some of the other items associated with that, it may be interesting to revisit or to look at. But just a thought on that item.
I thought about it. I said no. Any others? I see communication plan in the chat. Definitely give an update on that, as hopefully before the meeting we can have updates on the things we talked about this morning about adding some language to incorporate particular disadvantaged groups, as well as potentially the communication plan, although I'm not sure exactly what Evelyn you're asking for. So if you could email me offline, that'd be fine. I know we're supposed to share that with our communication experts and get some feedback on those pieces. But other than that, I think thanks everybody for the great discussions today, and have a great 4th of July weekend. Stay safe. No illegal fireworks. Wear your masks. And I appreciate all the help. I want to say thanks again to the strategy subcommittee. You guys have been great, and I couldn't have done it without you guys. So I appreciate it.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks for your leadership.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks for joining, Terry. You should join more often.
I should.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
I stopped recording.